two. check two. Hello. Carrier Wave, thanks so much. 5 gifted subs from Carrier Wave. Thank you, Carrier Wave, very much appreciated. Thank you. I see also Comrade Social Distancing. Selfless as always. Selfless Diego, we call him. Selfless Diego. Resubbed for 34 months of Prime 2 days ago. I mean, we weren't even live. Diego doesn't want the accolades. Well, guess what? Fuck you, Diego. You get the accolades. Thank you. You thought you could resub without being live, huh? You thought you could get away from the being singled out. Well, you can't. You can't. Thank you, Diego, for all your support that you've shown me in the channel and the community. Thank you. I just died in Fortnite. I got 7th place with 8 kills. That's a nice outing, Sasha. That's good. Nothing to be ashamed of. Nothing to be ashamed of. Kijiji Genie, thank you for the 34 months of tier 1. Can I... For some reason I have a hard time replaying.
We simply use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
December 16th, 20... Let me see. Can I replay it? It doesn't replay. Sorry, Kijiji Genie. The alerts were turned off. December 16th, 2023. Mark the date in your calendar. That's when I will be a 3-year subscriber. I will always support the Rousseau Institute for Western Destabilization. Thank you, Kijiji Genie. Very close to your illustrious 3-year Pearl sub badge. Very close. And thank you, Sasha, as well, for the 100 friend coin. Keep speaking truth, Rob. We love you. Carrier Wave, I appreciate that. Thank you. I mean, really just the events of the last week. Really, the events of the last week have really, if it wasn't already confirmed for me, the absolute necessity of continuing to stand with Palestinian people, no matter how hard it gets, no matter how much the entire world is telling you to fucking go along with the narrative that's being promoted. Even in those moments, especially, like I've been saying, even in those moments, especially when it's the hardest, we must continue. Do not give an inch. Do not back down. Don't equivocate. Don't apologize. Did you see the Oilers did a stand with Israel thing on Saturday? Everyone's doing it. The sports teams I saw in the NFL. Was watching the game yesterday. If anyone's been affected by the terrorist atrocities in Israel. Did a land acknowledgement right after. Well, there it is. There it is. There it is. I don't think it's going to get easier going forward, so we got to steel ourselves. It's in fact, Sean, going to get much harder. It is going to continue getting much harder. I was surprised it actually seems like more and more people dare to support Palestine. The people are with Palestine. And like obviously there's a lot of people that are supporting these sort of accepted narratives, but these protests that we've seen around the world have been so inspiring. You know? People have not been... They've tried to use this thing of these pro-Palestine protests, so they're pro-Hamas, they're pro-terrorist. Why are people supporting these? Why do you love terrorism? And people just aren't buying it. People are just refusing to give in to that framing, and that's the way we got to do it. You know? we'll get to this. Like, let me just. No big marches for apartheid Israel. Huge marches for Gaza. Yeah, exactly. That's it. All the support for Israel. It's all in our institutions. It's all power that supports Israel. The actual people are with Palestine. You know, the Israel supporters are like whiny students on college campuses, or like fucking Amy Schumer. Or all these, the celebs, you know, the sports teams, the government, the state. They don't actually have popular support. If there was, we would see big pro-Israel marches going on right now, but we don't. Well, but Rob, people are too scared. They're too scared to promote Israel because people are going to be mean to them. Not my problem. Not my problem. Yeah, and that's true. $4 tan. Like, there's lots of Palestinian supporters that are afraid to come out too, considering there's actual consequences. There's actually, like, if you're going to come out and say, I support Israel's right to defend itself, I support Israel's right to carve out a civilization and defend itself from these barbaric Asiatic hordes. There's no actual consequences for doing that, except maybe some people will yell at you online. You won't lose your job. You won't lose friends. Well, maybe you might. There are real, actual consequences, like we've seen for people that are coming out to support Palestine. I saw that guy who lost his gig writing about the fucking Sixers for saying "Free Palestine." I saw there was a Australian actor who made this comparison between Palestinians and Ukrainians, and why do we support one and why do we support none? He got fired from his job with the Australian reboot of The Office. Leftists failing the basic tenets of combating liberalism. Leftists, Marina, right now on this issue are getting lapped by Mohammed bin Salman, Haz, and Jackson Hinkle. Like, who else? Who else is taking better positions on this than like most leftists around here right now? You're being made to look foolish by Jackson Hinkle. Like, that's not good. That is not good. You're just like they're getting lapped by Tucker Carlson on Ukraine. It's really the McDonald's Oman branch. That's right. Yeah, they're taking more principled stances on this than like the equivocating, moralizing leftists out there. Vosh too. I agree. Yeah, I agree. Let's give credit where it's due. You know, let's give credit where it's due. We might as well. Pootler himself. That's right. You're getting fucking embarrassed by Pootler. Great job. No, can you pick me up? I'm scared. What is going on here? What is going on? This is so silly. Let me just eat my apple. I just had a pretty good lunch. I didn't want to eat it on the stream. I put off all my getting ready for the stream until way too late. I've been doing a lot of music stuff. I've been focusing on music. I was working on that. I didn't go get lunch or do the things I had to do. I had to go and get some supplies and other stuff, and I didn't do it. But I had some leftover fries in the fridge, and I threw those in I made like a really rudimentary, it wasn't a poutine, but it was like a cousin of a poutine. I put the fries in the air fryer. I put some spicy salami and some other salami that I had in the fridge. Threw that on there with some Havarti cheese. Gave that 6-7 minutes in the air fryer. Added some mayo and some chili crisp. It was very tasty. Very nice little lunch. Very quickly organized. I feel like most leftists have been more or less okay. Progressive took their masks off, though. Yeah, and I would agree with that. But I do think there's a lot of leftists, though, that are still trying their best to stand with Palestine, but in a way that no one's going to get really too mad at them. There's a lot of still equivocating. There's a lot of both sidesism. There's a lot of people that are refusing to kind of or contributing to certain narratives, even while attempting to stand with Palestine, contributing to certain narratives that justifies the IDF. It's the whole, like, I believe in their right to defend themselves, but, you know, they need to be following international law. They need to be doing this, you know. By the way, Hamas is really bad, and Hamas is basically doing the Holocaust as well. You know, there's a lot. I see a lot of that.
You can count on me. You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
America bad.
Friends, thanks for 18 months of tier 1. Coming out with the bold take, the bold stance. Can you say that? Can you say that on here? You can't have an ideology that's just based in America bad, okay? That can't be your whole ideology. And I propose that, yes, it can. And friends, I'm glad you agree with that. You absolutely can do that. I do it every single day. Hey Rob, someone gifted me a sub, and I don't know what this stream is all about. This is really important. Could you give me your take on pineapple on pizza? It's fantastic. I love it. Aggressively pro. Aggressively pro. I don't often get those pizzas. Usually I just get I usually get pizza with my son, and he just wants pepperoni from Pizza Hut. That's the only thing that he wants to get. So I don't really get a chance to get it that much, but
you can count on
it's
me.
good
You're
though.
gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Gwynny, thanks for the gifted sub. I'm going to be calling the UN about this. Okay, well, you know, we have a marketplace of ideas on here. Everyone's entitled to their opinion on this. What's your opinion on broccoli florets on pizza? It's not something that I think I would ever order, but like I think if you really any vegetable that's on there with some melted cheese is going to be okay. You know? Like you put some maybe chicken and onion and some roasted broccoli on a pizza and some cheese. That's going to be great. Yeah. That'd be fantastic. I got really high on acid once and ate kimchi and birthday cake on pizza, and it was not good. And you're out here lecturing me about pineapple. Joe Chacho, you're here lecturing me about pineapple. And this is the kind of shit that you're getting up to. Broccoli is the food of the gods. I enjoy cooking up some broccoli. I like broccoli. I like Chinese broccoli a lot. I've been making it a lot lately. And in fact, the other day I went to a restaurant and got... they had this really, really good... like roasted cauliflower dish, and it was really fucking good. Excuse me. It was this like roasted cauliflower with like a cheese sauce on it, and it was so good. under communism, there'll be no pineapples on pizza. Oh, yes, there will. I mean, unless because of like, we create a more global and more equitable global supply chain. And like here in Canada, for example, we just have less pineapples to work with. Because of that, I'll accept that. I'll accept that, okay? There's going to be no rule about this, though. Do you condemn pineapple? This seems good, Dr. Maggot. I'll call this up in a second. You can only go to a free liberated Hawaii to get the Canadian originated Hawaiian pizza. I would accept that. I would accept that. I'll allow that. Rob's take on candy corn? Anti. It sucks. It's basically just garbage. Just eat a fistful. It's like eating a fistful of like discarded corn syrup congealed on the factory floor. You might as well.
We simply use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
Candy corn, it sucks so much. Thank you, Sasha, for backing me up. You are starting to see the mullet come in a little bit now. Why can't I figure out how to turn my head properly? I don't know. Candy corn is the Taco Bell of candy, is in its literal garbage. But Taco Bell is good, though. I love Taco Bell. So I disagree with that analogy. We're clashing already. Cho-cha-cha, we're clashing big time here. I'd say it's the Burger King of candy. Old Dutch, I like Burger King too, though. How's your Old Dutch? How's your back? How are you doing? Candy corn is like fine, but when they're around, you can't stop eating them. I mean, that's probably part of it. Yeah. I have no opinion on candy corn because my miserably cold and dark country doesn't have fancy candy like that. All they have for candy in Denmark is like salted shark hide. That's the candy they give to little children. Here's your salted shark hide. There's various rocks. It may be too hard to even chew, but is it delicious and sweet? No, it's very bitter. If you had licorice, you're not far off. Any black licorice enjoyers in here? I don't understand the appeal. Maybe it's something that I would enjoy more now that I'm an adult. Maybe my tastes have changed since I was a kid, but like, no. Black licorice or those little licorice candies? No. Not for me. Okay. Well, we're really getting going here. We're off and running. We're off and running. It's been a while since we've had any chit chat, and we're going to get back to being serious today too, so we might as well take a few minutes up front to actually enjoy ourselves. Where do you stand on Dr. Pepper? It's up there among my favorite sodas. It's up there. I think my favorite is probably Diet Coke. I really like Diet Dr. Pepper though as well. I don't drink a lot of like full sugar soda, but a nice full sugar Dr. Pepper sometimes is fantastic. Rob famously loves a DP. Exactly. I've talked openly about this. Yeah, Diet Dr. Pepper. Tremendous. Absolutely tremendous. Congratulations on the new music release. Thank you, Onyx. Yeah, I put out. I actually could. I didn't. I only talked about one, but I wrote a new song last week called "Obvious." I put that online on my Bandcamp page. I also released a couple of other songs that I had written a while ago and just had never really like finished up and like got to the point where it was ready for being released. So there's a couple new things on there. If people are interested in like my music stuff, if you like that kind of stuff, you can find it here. I organized everything finally into like a sort of album of all the different demos that I've done over the last year or so. There's up to 9 tracks. There's 9 tracks on there. It's really close to being like an actual full-length album. And I got a couple songs to work on too, so that's been really helpful for me. Like not only just this weekend, I dove into that, but like really just over the last year, it's been really, really valuable for me to throw myself into trying to write music and record and kind of create something. You know, I'm not really an artist. I'm not really capable of drawing or doing a lot of stuff like that. So it's been really therapeutic for me over the last year to just really dive into a big creative project like that. And it's been really fun to record a bunch of songs. It's something that I've kind of wanted to do for a while, and I kind of retired from music and never really thought about it much. So that's been good. It is therapeutic. I would simply gnaw on a cherry tree to get the Dr. Pepper flavor. But Red Scary isn't maybe it's more of a Texas thing and you're in Georgia, right? But I thought Dr. Pepper was like a big part of like Southern culture. I thought culturally, I thought you were supposed to really like Dr. Pepper. Can't enjoy Dr. Pepper with wokeness how it is these days. Nothing better to forget about your worries than sitting down and playing some guitar riffs. We are in the Coca-Cola state. Well, that's fair. I mean, I think Diet Coke is the best for me, but I'm a big Dr. Pepper guy though. It's funny because in Quebec it's Pepsi. Like francophone Quebecers, they're big on Pepsi. So I'm technically in Pepsi province. I'm in Pepsi province here. I find most regular soft drinks way too sweet. Dr. Pepper might be the sweetest. A Diet Dr. Pepper is excellent. It's tremendous. Osaku's a Pepsi man. It's no shame. Rise up if you're a Pepsi supporter. Nothing wrong with it. You know what? Sometimes I'll have a diet. I'm not super like factional about this. I prefer a Diet Coke. If they don't have it, I'll have a Diet Pepsi. No problem. No problem. I'm not above slumming it with Pepsi. That's right. That's sicko behavior. I think one time I think it was maybe on this stream, I combined a Diet Pepsi and a Diet Coke and drank that. That's wild. That is crazy. How can we trust you? You can't even be loyal to a soda. It's true. I don't have I mean, I'm pretty loyal. Oh, and Carrier Wave says pop. That's interesting. Because I'm a soda guy. I wonder where that line is. And I grew up in Ontario too, and I don't think I ever said pop. No, it is good to play a guitar riff. And in fact, I just released this new song called Obvious. And I was saying I was working on a solo for it. So now I have a version of the song. I released one with no guitar solo, but I have a version with the guitar, with the nice little guitar solo that I wrote, that I ended up making it sound what I thought was all right. Now I'm trying to decide whether I need to replace the original version with the solo version. As a kid, we called them a canned drink. Whom amongst us does not enjoy a canned drink? A tinned beverage. Do we think Dr. Pepper is a medical doctor, or more likely a PhD in something? I'm not sure. I think Dr. Pepper is a woman, personally. But that's just me. I don't know. I know some of you might not have thought that was possible, but when you respect women as I do, you can realize that women as well can also rise to the rank of Dr. Pepper in the soda industry. Thoughts on Big Red? I've never had Big Red. Never in my life have I had Big Red. Hella gay Jamie loves squirt. I don't doubt it. After the ALCS game, my local news covered the Palestinian protest that has happened in our city, and did not both sides it interviewed 2 Palestinian protesters. That's great.
You can count on me. You're gonna have.
Like I said, there does seem to be a kind of shift happening.
Heb Diet Cola is just okay.
Thank you, Dakadoon, for 29 months tier 1, and for all the support. Grapefruit squirt. I mean, as we talked about this before, folks, but I'm a big Fresca guy. In fact, I haven't had a Fresca in a while, and now I think it would be kind of nice. Fresca is fucking great. They're at least trying to code the language better. It was followed up by showing Biden and Blinken's comments on it unchallenged. Well, I guess the only positive thing you can say about that is when you actually show the other perspective, then you can show what Biden and Blinken are saying, and you can have a little bit of faith in your audience to figure out who's lying and who's being sincere and who has integrity and who doesn't. When you just show the one perspective, then that's not really possible. Talking about beverages for an hour is a weekly occurrence here. Yeah. I mean, it was so grim last week, honestly. And I was proud of the coverage that I did talking about Israel and Palestine last week, but it's hard to always be talking about that. Like Friday, for example, I was just like, there was a point in Friday's stream where I had to stop for like 10 minutes and I was like crying. I was like in the other room fucking crying and I couldn't stop. And I didn't know that I would be able to continue to even do the stream. You know, it's been harrowing. Not that we're the real heroes or anything for talking about this. But the more you talk about, just talking about dead kids over and over and over again and seeing it physically as well, it's hard. That Ali Abunimah clip was heartbreaking. Yeah, and I was really happy with strong men also cry. Fucking hey. I was really happy that I was able to take that clip on Friday and I got it to go pretty viral. Because I had to go into that clip and do some strategic cuts to make it fit in the 2 minutes 15. And I cut it so it would have maximum emotional impact on people, and it seemed to really succeed in that. And I was really happy that I was able to get that clip seen by so many people. The browbeating is hard to take. No, I know. It's it is. Although it's been, as hard. I think when you're isolated, that's a lot worse because you feel crazy and you feel like you're wrong. It's like, do I have this wrong? Am I wrong about this? When we can be together and talk about these things, especially when we go out in solidarity with people and go to protests and stuff, we realize that we're not crazy. It alleviates that alienation, being able to talk about this stuff. This did make me laugh, though. My mom asked if Hezbollah was a group or a geographic location. Yeah, I saw Mick Wallace retweeted that. Susan Sarandon, a lot of people saw that clip. I was really happy that I was able to do something. Just like we talked about before, you struggle with it. Like, what are we doing here? Is any of this useful? So I felt like, at least that's something. I got that clip seen by, 500,000 people.
You can count on me. You're gonna have good old.
Was anyone's hearts or minds changed? I don't know, but Gald Greek, thanks for the gifted sub. Gald Greek, is that Dimitri? I don't think you ever announced the name change. Different subject, but when I came back from Montreal, my fridge was broken. I had to deal with that. It really overwhelmed me because I've been dealing with a lot of expenses lately and just can't get a break. I broke down for a bit after I felt better, buckled down, and actually fixed the fridge myself. Well, that's good, Jay. That's not something that I would have done. Where did you post this clip to? Rube. You call me a rube? I posted on Twitter. How dare you call me a rube?
Scream the loudest about the Holocaust and say the people who always scream the loudest about the Holocaust and say never again, and we have to learn the lessons of history, particularly American and European leaders, are the ones who are most actively supporting this Holocaust in Gaza. They're sending airplanes full of bombs to drop on Palestinian babies. This is the thing that has for me broken any belief I have in all the supposed principles we were taught to revere: human rights, international law, democracy. The people who come to lecture us about human rights and democracy and international law are the ones who are doing this. The White House spokesperson, Karine Jean-Pierre, said that calls for a ceasefire for Gaza are repugnant. What kind of world do we live in where calling for a ceasefire is repugnant? These people worship war. They worship death. They want us to be nice victims. Yeah. They want us to be polite. They don't like it when we're angry. I get messages saying, oh, you should present yourselves better. You won't win support if you're angry. What support did we win for all these years? All these years of advocacy, of meetings, of lectures, of speeches, of meeting with politicians. Not one European politician objected to cutting food and water and electricity from children. Not one. Not one Arab country of those regimes run by traitors withdrew their ambassadors from Israel or closed their embassies with Israel. What is this? What is this hell we're living in? People come to us for analysis. I don't know how to analyze this. I don't know what to say to people. Our hearts are broken when we see this world that allows the scenery that we're seeing in Gaza today. Massacre after massacre after massacre of whole families, of 583 children as of this morning. By the time we finish this live stream, the number will have gone up. And this is a world that lectures us about human rights and democracy. I don't know how to face you and to face people in Gaza. And I don't know how to say to you that I'm sorry we failed.
That absolutely just crushed me. When we watched that on Friday, absolutely crushed me. Just the look of pain on his face, and just like, that's why I really wanted to clip that and get it to people, because like I really thought it would connect for people, because you see it. It's just a man that's at the absolute end of his ability to continue like processing this. It really comes across. It doesn't feel phony or anything like that. That's why I knew that it would connect with people if I was able to get it out there. So I was happy that it did. Is that doing anything? I don't know, but so Old Dutch just asked, you have this vid I can save and post to Instagram. So what I just did was I just uploaded this to Google Drive. So if you do want to download that clip and share it, if you don't want to just rip it from Twitter or whatever, there's the clip. You can download it from there. I don't know how anyone of Palestinian descent can handle this. I'm just some white dude in Canada. It makes me despair in my soul. Well, that's the thing. It's like we have the luxury of being able to like not focus on this. We won't focus on Palestine for a few weeks or a few months. Some violence will flare up. We'll look at it. We'll talk about it for a few days. We'll try to break down the propaganda. We'll try to oppose the like relentless bombing and the relentless criminality on the part of Israel, and then it dies down. The status quo returns. Our lives return to normal. We move on to other things. If you're actually Palestinian, you don't have this luxury. Like Rafat in this clip is in the West Bank, or someone that just like Ali, who's just been for decades now of his life doing this. Like I don't understand how. I don't think we can totally comprehend how painful that must be to spend like your whole fucking life trying to advocate for someone, and then just seeing it like you see this moment comes and it's like, no one cares. No one cares. And obviously that's not true. Many people care. But you see this like bombing campaign and all the people, all the politicians and all the media people and all the big institutions and the sports teams or whatever, it's all, and you see none of that advocacy has meant anything. It's just the same. We still stand with Israel's right to defend itself, and that's it. Weren't the U.S. flaunting this diplomatic victory? Yeah, I had people bragging in my mentions about this. Actually, the U.S. just got them to turn water back on to southern Gaza. Well, fucking congratulations. Please allow me to get I'm going to give you a medal for being heroic to all the Americans that forced Israel to do this. And yeah, the infrastructure is fucked right now. And the whole idea of cutting off water in the north, and like you've been telling people, get out of the north and go to South Gaza, right? Get out of the north and go to South Gaza, and we're going to bomb the north into the ground, and anyone that's still there is going to get killed, and it's not our responsibility. So shutting off the water to the north and turning on water in the south for even that water that works is still just part of that ethnic cleansing strategy. Like, it wasn't enough to have 2.1 million people in Gaza in the first place. Now you're going to have South Gaza. That's what's going to be available to Palestinians moving forward from this. What are you complaining about? You got all of South Gaza, and North Gaza we're turning into an Israeli fucking amusement park. How about that? Like, if you bombed everywhere the pipes are, how does that work exactly? Yeah, exactly. Oilers going from full-on Israel acknowledgement, Palestinian erasure to land acknowledgement to Canadian anthem. That's just, like, you don't even need, like, what can you even say about that, right? What can you even say about it? That's just perfect. That just really says it all. It's so infuriating in Canada. Basically overt racism across the board from almost 100% of our politicians and media with this polite tone on it. And liberals finger wagging. If you say anything in support of Palestinians, it's so depressing. And one thing I noticed as well with both Justin Trudeau and Joe Biden over the weekend is now that we've co-signed and given full implicit and explicit support for Israel to do whatever the fuck it wants, now we're saying, oh, we're very concerned here. We're very concerned about the humanitarian situation in Gaza. Oh, we're so concerned about this humanitarian situation. Where did this humanitarian situation come from? Well, it must have just sprung out of the ground. It just happened one day. We don't know. We're still looking into it. Yeah, well, we're on drinking water. How's Canada doing on that front with Indigenous communities? We're too busy lecturing people in Indigenous communities to avoid hostile foreign actors that are going to promise to fill the infrastructure gap. We got to train our Indigenous communities to understand when they're being subjects of this kind of vile propaganda. Are we going to fix their infrastructure ourselves? Well, no. Not so much. We will send lots of money to Ukraine and Israel, though. How about that? I saw a post on Reddit saying that Biden saved millions of lives by getting the water turned back on. I don't know how anyone, honestly, I don't know how anyone can go vote for the Democratic Party at this point. I'm way more lib about this than a lot of people are. I'm not super I'm not into shaming people for voting or whatever, lesser of two evils, or just go pull the lever for whoever in your community that's going to do the least damage. I don't care. I really don't. I don't think the need to I don't feel the need to shame people about that. But at this point, it's how, fully supporting this genocide. and overseeing the escalation of hostilities in both Ukraine and Israel, and pumping arms and support into both of these places. I understand that people perceive voting to be important because that is bourgeois subjectivity, but do not try and get my vote for one of these genocidal freaks. I mean, I think at that, yeah, I mean, how can you possibly justify? I don't know. It's like, these are monsters. These people are monsters. Please show this video about the water. Do you have a non-Discord link, Relic? Do you have like where the link to where the clip is going? Because when I try to open Discord links from here, it creates problems. People invest so much in voting as a moral obligation because it's the sum total of their political engagement. And really, it's a team sport. Yeah, I mean, I think for me, voting, that's something that we should look like as just like it's the absolute bare minimum of being involved in the political process, and has no real connection to the material improvement or improvement in material conditions for the vast majority of people. If there's some absolute psycho in your community where if you live in a community where you think your vote actually matters, which most of us don't actually live in a community like that, I can vote, I can not vote. I can vote for the Hoxhaist party. I can vote for the Liberal Party. I can vote for the NDP. It doesn't matter who I vote for. Like where I live, it's a liberal riding. It's always going to be a liberal riding. I have nothing to do with that. Nothing that I do will change that. Maybe if you actually live in a community where you think that it matters. Marina, I voted for the Communist Party, Marxist-Leninist, in the last election, who are Hoxhaists. So I'm an official Hoxhaist now because that's who I voted for in the last election. I'm just excited for Warren's plans. Well, Warren, she's planning on making Israeli apartheid and ethnic cleansing green now. So it's going to be a carbon neutral. It's going to be carbon neutral genocide. Thank you, Elizabeth Warren. I think that was the beginning of the origin of the TRRS Hoxha lore. It was indeed. It was indeed. Listen, Albania was way better off under Hoxha than it is today. That's just, there's no getting around that. They campaigned on build that bunker, and the bunker just got 10 feet deeper, folks. Jesus. Bunkers for a stronger Canada. In my writing, Conservatives got 57.6, with NDP getting 20% at the next highest. I couldn't even do a funny protest vote because every other party besides Con, Lib, and NDP were increasingly fascist. Well, that's what I mean. It's just, you know, if you live in a community where you actually feel like your vote matters, you know, there's certain places where like the Democrats are like trying to like on a state level are trying to do some decent stuff. If you really genuinely feel like that matters, you know, okay. But still, even at this point, when there's this total bipartisan support for this like brutal genocide of predominantly kids that we're seeing in full view of everyone, and the Democrats just co-sign it, it's just, even then, it's like, how do you justify that to yourself? Okay, I found your clip. Relic. Let me see if I can just play it from here. Okay, so this is on the subject of the water being turned back on.
Tariq Abu Azum is joining us live from Gaza. As Imogen was just talking about there, clearly water is an absolutely crucial part of whatever happens next in Gaza. Is there any indication that water supplies are being restored in parts of Gaza?
Well, according to the United Nations statement that said in it, there is no any single drop of water has entered the Gaza Strip. Meanwhile, the Israeli authorities claim that it started to provide Gaza Strip with water sources. In fact, the amount of water that has been delivered to the Gaza Strip were only to one area, which is in the eastern areas of Khan Younis city. This area is important to mention that its houses are critically destroyed and their citizens are completely evacuated from these houses. So it seems that no one will get benefits from the water that had been supplied to that area. It's also important to mention that without electricity, the ability to get useful from the water provided to the Gaza Strip is still limited.
Probably a pretty good point as well.
Water pumps inside the Gaza Strip need a fuel and electricity to be generated in order to allow for citizens to have a pure access for water sources in Gaza.
Tarek, just as you're talking to us, our viewers can see the top right of their screen there, a fairly black picture, but that's actually the skyline of Gaza City. Most of the lights, as far as I can tell, seem to be out there. We haven't seen a lot of military activity, certainly on that picture over the last few hours, but I do know that there has been some across the rest of the Strip. Can you just talk us through what you're aware of about what's been happening?
Well, the current situation in Khan Younis city is relatively calm in comparison with other areas inside the Gaza Strip. Israeli occupation forces during the last couple of hours are concentrating on its attack on the central areas of the Gaza Strip, specifically in Tel Hawa neighborhood, which was heavily bombarded with dozens of airstrikes during the last hour. Also, a new massacre had been committed in Rafah district. 15 Palestinians were killed due to the Israeli bombardment. It's important to say that those 15 killed persons have been
This is not live right now, no.
From the north of the Gaza Strip, specifically from Beit Lahia. They have followed the orders of the Israeli occupation forces to evacuate the houses to southern areas of the Gaza Strip. They did that. They moved to the southern areas of the Gaza Strip and they went to Rafah city. Meanwhile, they could be protected and they have been targeted by the Israeli airstrikes.
Tarek, thank you very much indeed. That's Tariq Abu Azum talking to us from Gaza.
Yeah, so a little bit more complicated than the great Biden, Mr. Humanitarian, of getting them to turn the water back on. As a liberal, seeing Israel graciously turning on the water for those savages really shows that we're on the right side of history. And we joke, but there's people like unironically, uncritically saying that as well. But as much as I criticize Biden, and we should, he did just release this statement about this subject, which I thought actually struck a pretty even-keeled tone. That seems like there's an improvement. Have you heard this new statement he just released? Here it is. I'll play it for you.
Do not, my friends, become addicted to water. It will take hold of you, and you will resent its absence.
Sorry. I shouldn't joke about this. I don't know what else to do at this point. We can be pure grim mode all the time and psychologically destroy ourselves, or we can try and find some moments of levity amongst the absolute horror of what we've been seeing over the last couple of days. So let's continue to look at some more clips that I had saved over the weekend. I think I want to take a look at like what our Western leaders are saying about this now. Immortan Joe Biden, that's right. The BBC admits that it misled the public about the pro-Palestinian demonstrations in the UK. Did they? I haven't seen that. Do you have a clip about that? Janet Yellen says we can afford another war. I was confused though because I've only seen Spectator Index sharing that. Which I don't think is even like an actual media outlet.
Now, before we go...
Jeez, that's...
Now, before we go, earlier on BBC News, we reported on some of the pro-Palestinian demonstrations at the weekend. We spoke about several demonstrations across Britain during which people voiced their backing for Hamas. We accept that this was poorly phrased and was a misleading description of the pro-Palestinian demonstrations. Now, here's the weather. Now...
That's all? Now, here's the weather. You don't want to unpack that any further? So what are you trying to actually accomplish there with that? Maybe we can unpack why you'd be saying that kind of thing. Now, here's the weather. We're sorry that we lied and pretended that those protests were explicitly pro-Hamas. Now, here's the weather. It's raining, isn't it? Now watch this drive. Yeah, the consent manufacturing is done, so all good. And this is why I just don't have respect for anyone that, especially in those first couple of days, when this offensive started, and instantly we all knew exactly what was going to happen. We all knew because we've been paying attention to this conflict. We didn't just start thinking about this week. We all knew that what Israel was going to do. You know, we all knew in moment one that now is the time to ensure that we're in solidarity with Palestinians when they're going to be dealing with what we knew to be a just absolutely horrendous counterattack, and that Israel was going to use the operation Al-Aqsa flood as an excuse to do what they always do in Gaza, but with even greater cruelty. I think anyone that knows anything about this situation knew exactly what was going to happen. And that's exactly why it was important to rally in support of Palestine immediately. And that's why I don't respect anybody that took that moment to equivocate or saying, oh, is now the time.
Count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Free Palestine indeed.
Thank you, Cutman. 26 months of tier 1. Thank you for that. You know, and I saw like fucking AOC was talking about those protests, saying it's like now it's insensitive to be promoting Hamas or suggesting that Hamas is okay and we need to condemn this. I mean, that's exactly why I just don't have any respect for anyone that didn't understand why it was so important to be in solidarity with Palestinian people at that exact moment. You know? Or to suggest that there's some link. I've been dealing with politics and tragedy my entire life, and we always need to make light of even the most serious crap from time to time. And you can do that with us. Thank you, Diego. Only after 6,000 bombs are dropped on Gaza do these progressives start to push back a little. Yeah, or Rogue Khan's Twitter feed is a grand exhibit of the radical liberal mentality. Well, that's it. Now it's all like, so Israel, of course, has a right to defend itself. Hamas bad. Israel has a right to defend itself against Hamas, but we must respect international law, of course. We expect that Israel is going to follow international law and not just bomb indiscriminately. But it's like, we know that that's not going to happen. So why are we, again, it's this fantasy land. This is what I think should happen. in my fantasy land kind of that I've created in my mind palace. That's not what's actually happening, though. Like, maybe we should deal with the reality of what's actually happening. Rather than what we want to, rather than our ideal version of what we would like to happen. I support Israel's right to defend itself against these Hamas terrorists, but only if they use these surgical strikes to only attack people from this organization. But since we know that's not going to happen, maybe we should just skip this whole part. Maybe we should just skip this whole part and just focus on the reality of what's actually going on. Their entire country is a violation of international law. Like, what we expect now? Oh yeah, now is the time Israel's going to start following international law. After this Al-Aqsa flood operation, or this ongoing operation where so many people have died, both people in the IDF and settlers, now is the time that they're really going to follow international law. All these settlements are all against international law. Like, their whole existence of their entire country since its inception, but especially over the last couple of decades, have just been increasingly flagrant violations of international law. It's been crazy watching nearly every single U.S. politician and the entire mainstream media cheerlead a genocide being led by far-right nationalists. I get sick to my stomach thinking about it. It was already a pretty jaded person before this. It's extremely alienating. It really is. It is absolutely grotesque. I know you have, like, even though BBC admits that they're mischaracterized these rallies as being pro-Hamas, you still have rallies being banned. The ability to, like, rally in protest of Palestinian people is being banned in France and elsewhere. And I mean, that's exactly what I think is something that's really, and that's why I've not wanted to participate in this whole thing, because with the violence against settlers that happened is being, like, unarmed people, is being used to completely discredit the entire idea of Palestinian resistance in the first place, it also obscures the fact that it's not just Hamas taking part in this Al-Aqsa flood. There's a multiple of other Palestinian organizations that are working together on this, and they're attacking people in the IDF, which is totally legitimate. It's legitimate under international law, and it's also morally correct. If you're in the IDF, you are a soldier. You're a soldier in an occupying army, and you're a legit. According to international law, you're a legitimate target. IDF has shot settlers, and it is tough to talk about this sometimes, because we need to talk about the lies and the propaganda that are going on. Absolutely, I don't want to sit here and suggest that, like, violence hasn't happened. But I do think we need to be asking ourselves questions like, why, if there's so much of this provable violence, why the stories? Why the beheaded babies? Why the roving rape gangs? It's really strange. And, like, the way that this whole, like, rave or music fest or whatever has been a big part of this narrative to completely delegitimize everything that happened. And now there's different versions of that story coming out. Yeah, thanks, Kara. We were going to look at this. Now there's different stories about that coming out, you know? It's increasingly clear that the discipline and training of the IDF has slipped considerably over the past few decades. Well, it's like when you're used to just dropping bombs on apartment blocks and beating the shit out of little kids that throw rocks at you. Yeah, it's like, it turns out that's not a really great training to actually fight any kind of real battle or war, you know? That's why, even though they've been talking about this ground invasion, it hasn't happened yet. Because, you know why? Because they're scared. They're scared to invade by the ground. That's why they're doing this absolutely cowardly collective punishment, starving out and trying to starve out and siege this population to get them to move so they can drop bunker busters all over northern Gaza, because they don't want to go into a ground invasion because they know it's going to happen. They seem committed to the ground invasion. This is a big question right now. Are they going to go through with that, or are they going to back down? I don't even know if the IDF can go into Gaza and handle Hamas, let alone Hezbollah or any other group that might get involved at that time. So again, I don't want to sit here and pretend that no violence has happened. You know, I don't believe that. I do think we need to talk about some of these lies that have been going around and debunk some of that. And I think we should ask questions. And this is exactly why, especially in the early couple of days, whenever anything like this happens, it's so important to like not get caught up in the hysteria and and then play this game and doing the whole condemnation game. And what a lot of people do, even people that I think try and support Palestinians, that end up justifying the wholesale slaughter of people in Gaza by being like, oh, this is so horrible, this violence, that I don't want anyone to say mean things about me. I don't want anyone to think that I support violence or this kind of horrible stuff. So I'm going to make sure I distance myself from that. I'll make sure I condemn all the things that they're telling me to condemn. And then I'll go on with my critique about apartheid, or I'll go on my critique about Israeli policy. But then time and time again, these stories seem to fall apart. First sentence of the first chapter of Fanon: decolonization means violence. Yeah, and like, you know, Mao as well. Revolution. It's not a fucking dinner party. The thing that, like, carrier wave, I made this analogy on Friday, which I think is really helpful for me to understand this. I don't know if you were around for that, but I think it's worth reiterating. The historical parallel that I keep thinking about is the Indian Mutiny, when British sepoys working for the East India Company mutinied, and it led to this wide-scale rebellion in India. And there was horrible, like, if you were around for this conversation on Friday, I'm sorry to repeat it. If you weren't, though, I think this is really important. In this mutiny, in this widespread rebellion in India, there's horrible violence against civilians, horrible, against women and children. It's awful to read about and think about. Overall, we're looking at the colonization of India by Britain and by the East India Company, which is horribly violent, you know, which took place over 300 years, which was this massive theft of trillions of dollars of wealth of the Indian people. Poverty increased in India during that time rather than decreased. Illiteracy increased rather than decreased. And it was this wholesale theft of and exploitation of the country. That's where the violence is coming from. So that's the thing. It doesn't mean that anyone should celebrate ever violence against, like, unarmed people, you know, civilians, kids. We can hem and haw about who constitutes as who's civilian and who doesn't. But I think the point is not to deny that this kind of violence happens or to deny that it can be horrible, but we need to blame this violence on colonialism. This is the cycle of colonialist violence. You know, this is what it leads to. This is what it leads to. It leads to horrible violence against innocent people. I think the point is that moralizing is pointless. It's an inevitable dialectical outcome. Yeah, and we can acknowledge that. You don't have to sit there and celebrate horrible things happening, but just acknowledging that this is a very unfortunate aspect of this decolonial process. You know, it's the violence of apartheid. It's the violence of colonialism. That's what it creates. Deaths of colonizers can be upsetting while also inevitable and part of a liberatory decolonial struggle. It's called dialectics, sweetie. That's right. I mean, I don't know why it's so hard for people to wrap their minds around this. I mean, I get it, because people don't want to be said to support all this kind of horrible stuff, but like, it's not that hard to wrap your mind around. I think it's also really worth pointing out this whole thing of like, oh, you support violence against Israeli settlers or civilians. That's disgusting. That's disgusting. You make me sick. Meanwhile, the people that are making this argument support violence against civilians and kids. Like, how dare you support children being murdered? So I'm going to go ahead and use the murder of children to justify the murder of significantly more children. And I'm going to celebrate that. And I think that it's good that that happened. Like this is the thing that's been breaking my brain thinking about this weekend. There's all kinds of like Israeli officials or even just like Zionist supporters in Israel or elsewhere that are totally okay with the idea of collective punishment. Like that's Israel's strategy right now in Gaza is collective punishment. We're going to turn off the water and food and medicine for everybody until you give up Hamas, and then we'll turn the water back on. It's the shoot the hostage strategy. But like the people that make this argument, and there people are openly saying this, they're not couching it in any kind of rhetoric. They're openly saying, you're fair game if you're a civilian in Gaza. You voted for Hamas or you think that they're good. You support terrorism, so it's fair game for us to bomb you. It's fair game to destroy your home. It's a fair game for me just to wipe out your family because you support Hamas. They're literally and explicitly making the argument that targeting Israeli civilians is totally defensible. Like these very people, right? They're making the case themselves that it's totally okay for Hamas or any other victim of this apartheid system to attack Israeli citizens who they're voting for the government. A lot of them are supportive of this settlement process. A lot of them are supportive of this Gaza policy. They might not like Netanyahu. So according to this exact Zionist logic about who counts as a civilian and who doesn't, they're literally openly admitting that Israeli citizens are completely fair game to be targeted. By that logic, anyone who voted for Bush is fair game, or anybody. If you're benefiting from imperialism, if you're benefiting from colonialism, apparently you're a target as well. Why aren't you overthrowing your government? We all know the evil things that our governments do. The crimes they commit every single day. We haven't overthrown them, so are we fair game then for being attacked? Israeli civilians are either outright settlers or army reservists. Well, this is part of this twisted logic. I'm talking about Zionists that are out there making this case openly right now, but collective punishment and saying that people in Gaza are not innocent, they're not civilians, they voted for Hamas or they like Hamas and they support this kind of violence, so it's all fair game. It's fair game for us to bomb them, it's fair game for us to starve them, it's fair game for us to beat them and throw them in prison. You can make if that's the logic that you're going by, you can make a much stronger case about Israeli civilians being targets for that kind of violence because many of them are IDF reservists. Many of them are completely unapologetic settlers that support the Israeli government policy. Dr. Maggot, I love how you just said Hans Grinder. It's like in Die Hard when Hans Gruber as Holly Gennaro. Dr. Maggot is a typo, giving something away there. It's okay. No judgment. No judgment here. Has Holly Gennaro hostage and says you'll have to shoot her to get to me, and then John McCain blows both of them away and the movie ends. Yeah, well, we're seeing like how much Israel actually cares about their own civilians through this operation when they seem to be just indiscriminately bombing people. They know that their own citizens are in Gaza. They don't care. There's American citizens in Gaza. There's Canadian citizens. They don't give a shit. I mean, if you think this whole process of taking hostages is ugly, sure it is. They took these hostages to try and limit Israel's ability to just bomb Gaza indiscriminately, or maybe argue or maybe negotiate and get Israel to release some of their prisoners, and they're not doing it. They're just bombing anyways, and they're just killing indiscriminately anyways. But that's, I think, that's been the really bizarre thing for me this weekend, seeing these people that are just openly making this case about collective punishment, saying if you're in Gaza, you're not a civilian, you're not innocent. We're justified in bombing Gaza into the ground. We're justified in wiping out all these families. And then not applying that exact same logic to themselves. It's fucking bizarre. Yeah, we're going to look at that right now, Decadune. And again, just like we've seen the lies, we've seen all the stories that have instantly been refuted or shown to be lies. This festival or rave or whatever you want to call it. Again, I don't want to be insensitive. I really don't. People promote this rave thing as being like they're a bunch of peace activists. I don't know if it's quite as simple as that. It's a rave and a big dance party that's going on right outside a fucking concentration camp. Again, I don't want to be insensitive. Would I go to a rave outside of a concentration camp? No, I would not. Personally. I bailed on some friends on Saturday Eve because I knew there was going to be no way I was going to be normal about stuff. And yeah. If my dipshits, yeah. Joe, boy. Okay. I hope folks remember that I am on twitch.tv, and I hope people understand that I'm trying to do the very best I can to provide even-handed coverage of this and other geopolitical stories here on twitch.tv. Here's this interview on state media with one of the survivors from this kibbutz.
10 מחבלים בהיכל הממ"ד, צעקות בערבית. זה היה שעה מאוד מאוד מתוחה והרגשנו בפחד שלא יתואר. ואחרי שעה הם מצליחים לפרוץ את הממ"ד ומוצאים אותנו, את ארבעתנו, לבית ליד, שכבר בו שהו 8 בני ערובה נוספים. אנחנו מצטרפים ל8 האלה ואנחנו הופכים להיות בערך כ12 בני ערובה. עם 40 מחבלים ששומרים עלינו. אני מקצרת לך את הסיפור.
הם מתעללים בכם?
הם לא מתעללים בנו, הם מתנהגים אלינו בצורה מאוד אנושית. זה אומר שהם שומרים עלינו. כן, מה זה אומר אנושית? שומרים עלינו, הם נותנים לנו לשתות פה ושם, שהם רואים שאנחנו בלחץ, הם מרגיעים אותנו. הייתה תחושה מאוד מאוד מפחידה, אבל אף אחד לא התנהג אלינו באלימות. למזלי, לא קרה לי מה שאני שומעת בתקשורת.
קרו דברים איומים ונוראים.
נכון, אבל אחרי שעתיים, בקיצור, בהתחלה לא היה שום גורם ביטחוני איתנו. אנחנו אלה שהתקשרנו במשטרה יחד עם החוטפים, כי החוטפים רצו שהמשטרה תגיע, כי המטרה שלהם הייתה לחטוף אותנו לעזה. בסיומה, במהלכה, אחד המחבלים החליט להיכנע, זה מחבל שיצר איתי קשר, במהלך השעתיים האלה יצרתי קשר עם כמה מהחוטפים, אלה ששמרו על בני הערובה.
כן.
והוא מחליט להשתמש בי כמגן אנושי, הוא מחליט להיכנע, אני לא מודעת לזה באותם רגעים, זה בדיעבד, הוא מתחיל להתפשט, הוא קורא לי ומתחיל לצאת איתי מהבית תחת אש, אני צועקת בזמן הזה לימ"מ כשהם יכולים לשמוע אותי, שיפסיקו לראות,
כן.
ואז הם שומעים אותי והם מפסיקים לראות, אני רואה על הדשא של בגינה של האנשים מהקיבוץ, שיש 5 בני ערובה ששוכבים, או 6, על האדמה בחוץ, ממש כצאן לטבח, מול הירי של הימ"מ שלנו והמחבלים.
הטרוריסטים ירו בהם?
לא, הם נהרגו מהחילופי ירי, תבין שהיה חילופי ירי מאוד מאוד קשים.
זאת אומרת, יכול להיות שזה כוחותינו ירו בהם? כשניסו לפסל את החוטפים, את החמאס?
הם חיסלו את כולם, כולל הבני ערובה, כי היה שם חילופי ירי מאוד מאוד קשים. אני משוחררת בסביבות השעה 5:30, ב8:30 כנראה מסתיימת הלחימה, אחרי שהיה חילופי אש מטורפים, אפילו 2 פקזים של טנק שירו לתוך הבית, שזה בית קיבוצי קטן, זה לא איזה, רואים את זה בחדשות.
כן.
זה לא מקום גדול. וברגע הזה כולם נהרגו, היה שקט חוץ מניצולה אחת שיצאה הדס דגן, וזהו, רגע.
איך כולם נהרגו?
מהחילופי אש.
מחילופי אש, כלומר יכול להיות שגם זה מאש כוחותינו?
חד משמעית.
כן?
וככה אני מאמינה.
אוי, זה נשמע כל כך רע.
כן. וכולם
You can
מתו.
count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Yeah, GG Alan Dulles. Thanks for the 22 months of tier 1 and for all the support. Thank you for that. We can watch we're going to watch the rest of this clip. I think it's interesting how this like music festival has been really used to talk about the entire operation, to delegitimize the entire operation, to suggest that it's purely this barbaric assault on civilians. And again, I'm not going to sit here and just say that everything is great and that no violence has happened and that no innocent or unarmed person has been killed. I'm not saying that. I don't believe that. I'm inclined to think because of this and other things, I'm inclined to think that there's more to this story than this narrative that we've been told about it, just in the same way that there's more to like any of these big claims about Hamas just parasailing into this rave and just shooting people indiscriminately. Is that what happened? Weirdly, you'd think at a place like that, there would be plenty of footage that could verify that. I haven't seen that. And just because of all the other stories that have been debunked or that have turned out to be lies, I think it's probably worthwhile to ask these questions, you know? So again, I really genuinely, if you're watching this and you're horrified by what I'm saying right now, I don't want to be insensitive or suggest that like everything in this operation has been totally peaceful or that no violence has happened. I don't believe that, and I'm not saying that, but I think especially when all these other stories that have been shared around have collapsed so much, I think it's probably worth investigating or interrogating if there's not more to what we were told about this. And certainly it seems like undeniable that hundreds of people did die at this festival. But was there crossfire? Was the IDF there? What was going on actually? You know, and I would like some more answers to that. I would like some more answers to that question. It's just so disgustingly absurd that Hamas went to get hostages to trade for prisoners, got into a firefight with the IDF. Israelis were killed in the crossfire, and the IDF responds to their deaths by ethnically cleansing Gaza. Yeah, that's pretty much it, right? Like I said, just the entire backwards logic of like, you killed our civilians, so now we can do ethnic cleansing. Now it's totally okay for us to kill kids and, you know, nurses, doctors, wipe out entire families. That's totally okay. It's weird. It's collective punishment for thee, but not for us. Let's just listen to the rest of this clip. I do really think there's more to this than what we were told, at the very least. And I hope you don't think that I'm insensitive for saying that, or that I'm insensitive to innocent people being killed, which I am against.
בזכות אותו מחבל שהחליט להסגיר את עצמו, ואת ניצלת וכל היתר נהרגו שם.
חוץ מעוד בחורה אחת שניצלה, מצאו אותה אחרי מי שטיפל שם באירוע, אחרי אולי איזה מטכ"ל או משהו כזה, מצאו אותה שהרימה ראש בין כל הגופות, ואז פשוט
ובן הזוג שלך שהיה איתך?
נהרג.
הוא גם נהרג.
כן.
Jesus Christ.
חזרת לקברי?
חזרתי לקברי, ואז גם שם התחיל בלגן.
מהצפון?
כן, אז עכשיו אני מתארחת, מארחים אותי בצורה מקסימה בקיבוץ עין חרוד, ואני פה בינתיים.
את בעמק עכשיו. טוב, יסמין, זו חוויה איומה שעברת.
נכון.
איבדת את בן זוגך, ראית אנשים נהרגים על ידך. מה קרה לאותו מחבל שהסגיר את עצמו?
הוא עדיין עצור, ובדיוק אני מוזמנת לחקירה כדי לעזור, שהוא ייכנס לכלא להרבה שנים, ונהרגו לי לצערי עוד עשרות חברים.
עשרות חברים?
כן, כי זה קהילה טרנס סצנה כזאת, ואנחנו יוצאים לאותן מסיבות, זה אומר שחוץ מהבן זוג שלי הכרתי שם עוד עשרות.
Like this whole collective punishment idea, it's like, it's not like it's some conspiracy, like it's what they're actually saying, right?
I try to correct you to the answer. The war is not just with Hamas. The war is with all the civilians that I try to correct you to the answer. The war is not just with Hamas.
You're not supposed to say that.
The war is with all the civilians that I try to.
They literally airstriked near civilians within your own borders. That's how much they care about protecting Israelis' lives. Forced in life, 33 says, you are weak. I was going to unpack that a little bit, but probably just better just to get the fuck out of here. I think doing airstrikes near civilians within your own borders is a pretty big deal, but I've seen no coverage of it at all aside from these dots on a CNN map that made me look at what the IDF has released. This is where they've bombed. They've bombed these places, these settlements so close to the Gaza Strip, and then they're talking about, look at the victims of Hamas violence. But to go back to the collective punishment thing, again, like while we're talking about the ways that some of this violence is Israel seems to be, I don't think it's even controversial to say that like at least some of this violence Israel and the IDF have been directly responsible for. And then it's being pinned on Hamas and then used to justify mass murder of civilians. I don't think I'm not saying that nothing has happened. I'll keep repeating that in case there's anyone in the chat that's uncomfortable with any of this. I don't think that, but it does seem like that's an underrated part of this story. And I think it's really significant when you think about the ways this violence against like unarmed people, this people that are at this rave, settlers, the way that that's been used to then justify mass murder over the weekend with full support, full backing from the West. I think it's probably worth unpacking whether at least some of that violence was being caused by the IDF in the first place, to say nothing of the whole thing of like whether they knew this operation was going to take place or not. That's a whole separate part of this thing. Here's former Vice Prime Minister of Israel on this subject of collective punishment.
Saying that Hamas is responsible even for those people who are killed by Israeli weapons.
Yes. What do they think? What did they think when they decided to enter into Israeli kibbutz and to enter into homes and to massacre and to kill women and children and babies and to kidnap these? They expected this. In a way, they opened the door to Israel.
They're making us kill kids ourselves.
We left Gaza Strip because we didn't want to control their lives. We left Gaza Strip because we didn't want to be there.
Yeah, we just left Gaza Strip. It's not occupied. It's just we put a giant prison fence around it. You see, and we don't let them leave, and we control who gets the food and medicine and water. We didn't want to control their lives. We just want to operate this. We want to blockade 1.2 million people and make sure that they can't have access to resources that they need to live. While we bomb it once a year, and we have heavily armed IDF patrols going in and beating and arresting people every single day, in addition to the settler violence that's going on as well. It's widely known that Israel bolstered Hamas so they could have a hostile enemy to justify their policies. Yeah, this isn't even a conspiracy. That's not even like a tinfoil hat thing. That's widely known and acknowledged. Like, why do Gazans support these religious extremists? Well, maybe it's because like every single form of like secular left-wing organized resistance has been systematically crushed and the leaders assassinated, and you've bolstered these exact people for this exact reason. It is classic abuser behavior, one who reads. And like I keep saying, it's like when they say, what, they massacred people. They massacred people. And that gives us an excuse, that gives us a reason to do even worse massacres ourselves to civilians and women and kids and whoever else. Without realizing that that exact argument that she's making justifies the attack against Israeli settlers. If you really think that citizens of Gaza, not Hamas, should be punished, should be bombed, should be starved, you're making the exact argument that violence against Israeli settlers is totally acceptable.
And in the last few days and months, Israel opened also our borders to Gazan workers in Israel, and then we discovered that they help Hamas with information and intelligence. We don't want to be in this situation, but we are forced to do so. We have responsibility to our children and women and civilians.
Well, maybe the mighty IDF then should go in with some kind of surgical ground invasion and get rid of the bad guys rather than bombing indiscriminately and wiping out entire families. We get told time and time again, these are the best of the best. The IDF, they're just the best. They train police departments around the world. Just completely unmatched fighting force. If they're so fucking great, then go in there and don't bomb indiscriminately and get rid of the bad guys with your fucking super army that you've created here. It does kind of sound like they're trying to secure a future for their children. It does. Yeah, they're going to use bunker busters to savage the area. Then maybe they'll go in. Well, that's what Seymour Hersh is reporting. That's exactly what this evacuation of northern Gaza is supposed to be about. It gives them a pretext to then just go in and drop even more bombs, bunker busters or worse, on northern Gaza. And anyone that's still there, well, it's not our problem. We told them to leave. We shut off the water and turned the water on in the south. We told them to leave. If you're still there, then afterwards and you get bombed, then that's not our problem. Yeah, just go and hit him with the Krav Maga. That's right. Why not? What are you doing? And if it is a body count comparison, how many Hamas killed is still vastly overshadowed by how many Israel has been killing every day for the last 20 years alone. Well, this is what we've been talking about, right? It's this complete monopoly on who's allowed to wield violence and who's not. It's the whole like paradox about this Israel has a right to defend itself idea. They have this endless right to defend themselves, but apparently Palestinians don't have the right to defend themselves. And in fact, whenever they do defend themselves, it's used as an excuse for further massacres. That's why I was drawing that comparison. You can make a number of comparisons about the British Empire in India and Afghanistan and South Africa. They got, in those three cases, got absolutely destroyed. And then that violence against them, the British military, the East India Company, or civilians that were in those areas, gets used to justify even worse colonial violence and retributive violence. That's what I mean. It's the cycle of colonialist violence. It's not about Israel or Palestine or the Jews and Arabs or anything like that. It's just what we're seeing is in real time this cycle of colonialist violence playing out. No matter what actions Palestinians take, the bombings never stop in Gaza. I mean, this is the most important thing to keep in mind. Like, when you criminalize and demonize every single form of nonviolent resistance, right? What do you expect to happen? When you take every single option off the table, what is left? I think some countries that are now trying to talk Israel off that ledge to slow down and give the civilians more time are doing so only because they know the IDF gets mobilized, they'll be absolutely wiped out by Palestinian forces, or if another country jumps in to help Palestine. I mean, this is what I've been saying. Like they're scared, you know? As much as they talk about how great the IDF is, they're scared to go and do a ground invasion in Gaza because they know it's going to go horribly for them. And they know that probably other groups are going to start getting involved at that point. And I think that's an interesting thing, like we're talking about with our Western leaders this weekend, who are kind of realizing, like, shit, we've kind of been backed into a corner here a little bit. We've given Israel complete carte blanche to handle this in any way they want. Now it looks like, now that the inevitable result has happened and they're committing this brutal massacre on people, and as it's escalating, spiraling into a bigger regional war, they're like, oh shit. Maybe we should ask them to start toning it down now, which of course, that's not happening. And all the U.S. politicians endorsing this colonial violence as justified. It's been extremely eye-opening, Wraith. The number of people that have suggested that all of this is totally justified. The unprovoked, unjustified Hamas attack and the surgical, justified Israeli response of just dropping 6,000 bombs, killing, how many kids now? It is in the 800s now. Totally justified. That's all our brave moral leaders in the West here are making this claim. Look at these evil people.
Humanitarian crisis in Gaza this morning. What's the view on the humanitarian crisis in Gaza this morning?
There is no humanitarian crisis because
there isn't.
There is no. Israel is in charge of the safety of the Israelis.
Sickos.
Hamas is in charge of the safety of the Palestinians.
We've been showing pictures this morning that would illustrate that there is a humanitarian crisis in Gaza.
Can I ask you something?
Yeah.
Are you a mother?
Oh, fuck off.
What would you think if your children would have been executed in front of your eyes? Would you expect your government?
These motherfuckers have been executing children for the last decade, for several decades. Oh, are you a mother? You're making the case to justify Hamas attack against Israel. If you're a mother and you see your child be killed, that's an excuse to commit mass murder. Well, then the Palestinians are completely justified in whatever they do. Let's look at the ledger of dead kids and grieving mothers and destroyed families and let's stack up which side has more of those. If grieving families and destroyed families and dead kids are justification for mass murder, well then whatever the Palestinians do is completely justified. According to her own logic. This is not me saying this. According to her own logic. I will no longer be browbeaten and intimidated by the crocodile tears. That's why that speech is so important, honestly. That speech really is like, say what we will about Norm and whatever other kind of weird reactionary crank turns that he's taken, that speech is so valuable because it shows us the way. It shows us the way to have these conversations, not the, I'm sorry, both sides are doing bad things. Please don't be mad at me. Norm shows us the way. Norm Finkelstein shows us the way to have these conversations and to not be intimidated by this kind of bullshit. How dare this, it's absolutely disgusting. Are you a mother? With the amount of fucking children that have been killed just in the last couple of days, just in the last week, the amount of dead kids on the blood on her hands, the amount of dead kids that Israel has created in Gaza. the amount of destroyed families in Gaza just in the last week. Let's not even talk about the last 20 years or the last 70 years since the foundation of the country. The number of dead kids and destroyed families in Gaza. And they apparently have full right, according to this lady, to engage in whatever retaliatory violence that they can possibly dream up. According to her, it's completely justified. Sorry, I'm so enraged by this clip. I'm going to watch the rest, but just absolutely disgusting. And again, I'm trying to point out the links between their own twisted logic, unknowingly, literally justifying all the violence that they're claiming to be against, the Hamas violence. The Hamas. All the liberals start to get the Hamas thing when they're in their having their righteous condemnations. This is as far as I got when I tried to watch it before. Just enraging. How, like, the fucking depravity to talk about grieving mothers and dead kids when their entire nation is built on dead kids, founded on it. It's fueled by dead kids. And I just want to keep repeating that, okay? If anyone thinks that I'm justifying violence against people, I am not. It's her that's doing that, though. If people are going to make this claim, if dead kids justify mass murder, then there's no limit to what Hamas or any other Palestinian could do to Israel, according to her own twisted Zionist logic.
To think about those Nazis committing those crimes and to say, wait a second, first of all, we need to protect the enemy, and then to protect my children. Your children come as priority to your prime minister.
So
do you know that?
We have been showing images this morning that illustrate that there is a humanitarian crisis in Gaza.
So blame Hamas and ask Hamas why they started those atrocities, walking around.
So you acknowledge that there is a humanitarian crisis?
I'm saying there is no. Israel is working.
So what do you think is happening?
What is happening? There is a war in Gaza, a war that Hamas started by committing a horrible massacre on innocent Israelis. The world have seen that. Have seen that. Wait a second.
That are innocent civilians.
Just I want to say and give a little bit of a context.
I'm surprised she's even getting the pushback.
Those people created crimes that are worse than ISIS. When the Americans started this fight of ISIS, together with the coalition forces,
ISIS conveniently never attacked Israel. That's interesting.
Got caught in a crossfire. Israel
Kind of strange,
is trying to
isn't
prevent
it?
that. Israel is better than any other army in the world. We are alerting. We are giving them the opportunity to have a shelter. We are doing things that no other Western army did in the past.
Bullshit. What's the figure? Simultaneous denial and justification. Yeah, just total doublethink. It's a core fundamental belief of Western philosophy that violence can be justified. Why are we condemned for making good justifications for Palestinian self-defense? This is the question. This is why I've been refusing to back down on this, you know? It's preposterous. Israel's committing mass murder right now, and they're using these massacres as a justification for doing that. A justification for collective punishment. That just made me sick. Are you a mother? She asks. Fucking Christ.
It's been white phosphor again used. We filmed.
Very operating in very dangerous, very difficult circumstances. Rishi Abu Aluk doing his very best.
What did he say?
It's been white phosphor again used. We filmed.
White phosphorus was used. Cut the feed. Cut the feed. And this is another thing that it's hard to talk about because, like, it gets into the idea of religion and Jews and the things that Jews have been persecuted for throughout history, and of course the Holocaust. And that's why I think it becomes tricky for people to talk about this, because they don't want to be seen as contributing to that, right? But also I completely reject this idea that anti-Semitism is a motivation for any of this violence that we're happening. I completely reject this, no matter how insensitive someone might frame something like that as. This whole idea that, like, oh, this is the biggest, like, I saw Owen Jones doing this. Owen Jones, who's like, I'm trying to be gracious, has been trying to support Palestinian people, who's been making the case and talking about Gaza and talking about Israel's human rights violations. But then, of course, because people yell at him and saying that he supports Hamas, he goes online and makes these, to make sure everyone understands how much against that he is, and saying, like, Hamas perpetrated the biggest mass murder of Jews since World War II. And making this about the Holocaust. Like I saw in our, not to get into the personal thing, but like the whole Montreal school board thing, that's like, we stand with, like, we're against the violence that's happened, and they have the Israel flag, and we need to do more education about the Holocaust. Like, this has nothing to do. In fact, I think it's like actively harmful when you're out there making the case that any of this violence has anything to do with anti-Semitism, or that people are being motivated by wanting to kill Jews, or making this connection that, like, oh, Jews around the world are unsafe right now. Like the crying college student was doing. They want to come after me. They were like, or like fucking Amy Schumer. Jews are not safe right now. There's nothing. Whether people think this is insensitive or not, I think this is important to mention. None of the violence that's going on right now has anything to do with the Holocaust. There's one country in this case that's acting like fascists, that's acting like Nazis. It's the Israelis. They're the ones that are committing genocide right now. People are not, if you want to talk about the violence that's happened to people in Israel, that violence is happening because they're settlers and Israelis. Because they're part of this ongoing ethnic cleansing project. Yeah, and it also ignores, again, the idea of the number of extremely passionate Jews that are part of the anti-Zionist movement, or that stand up for Palestinian human rights. They get completely erased as well in this. So you have people that are like trying to stand with Palestinian people, but then at the same time suggesting that Hamas are basically like Nazis who are trying to do the Holocaust to Jewish people. Which just justifies the violence. It just justifies the bombing. If that's what you think that this is about, then you need to bomb and fight a war against these people. I've been running around Twitter saying that we don't have to condemn Hamas. These aren't related. It's irrelevant unless you think it can justify genocide. It can't justify genocide, then it's irrelevant. My stance that I've been trying to take on this is that anybody should be horrified by violence and traumatized and sickened by violence against unarmed people, and especially children. And if you're against this kind of violence, you should be against the occupation. You should be against apartheid. You should be encouraging Israel to end the occupation. That's where the violence is coming from. Most of the violence that we see is being directed on the part of Israel towards Palestinians, but if you're so shocked and scandalized by violence when it goes the other way, then you should still take the same stance, which is that the occupation and the apartheid system is the cause of the violence. I actually think what's happening to the Jews in Germany is bad, but you don't like the leadership of the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising, which I condemn. Yeah, or the activities of any of the partisans, in any Nazi occupied country. It makes me a little uncomfortable. Makes me a little bit uncomfortable. On that subject, though, about Jewishness and that whole aspect of it, I think this was quite a good clip as well to talk about this.
Similarities, see commonalities between the suffering of the Jews, between the Holocaust and any other genocides in history. That framework just promotes ignorance. It prevents people from seeing the connections between genocides as they've occurred in different parts of the world. And that while the foot soldiers of genocide are often fueled by hate, the architects of genocide, it's always about land, power, and wealth. Growing up, I was steeped in Holocaust stories. I mean, my family, we had a couple of Kerns escaped to the US, and all of the rest of my grandmother's and grandfather's people in Vilna and in Kiev were murdered, as far as we know. They did not survive the Holocaust. At Passover every year, we were reminded of our suffering. You know, on Holocaust Remembrance Day, we were reminded of our suffering. I read every single book about the Holocaust I could get my hands on as a kid until I gave myself nightmares. And so Jews, by the time they're adolescents, a lot of us have like a PhD level knowledge of the Holocaust.
Sorry. When I play things from my bookmarks,
Completely
it
reject
sometimes...
this framework that you're never allowed to draw similarities, see commonalities between the suffering of the Jews, between the Holocaust and any other genocides in history. Genocide, it's always about land, power, and wealth. Growing up, I was steeped in Holocaust stories. I mean, my family, we had a couple of Kerns escaped to the US, and all of the rest of my grandmother's and grandfather's people in Vilna and in Kiev were murdered, as far as we know. They did not survive the Holocaust. At Passover every year, we were reminded of our suffering. You know, on Holocaust Remembrance Day, we were reminded of our suffering. I read every single book about the Holocaust I could get my hands on as a kid until I gave myself nightmares. And so Jews, by the time they're adolescents, a lot of us have like a PhD level knowledge of the Holocaust. But speaking for myself, I was woefully ignorant about other genocides that have occurred all over the world, including here in the United States. And that gives you a really skewed vision of the world. One, I truly believe that the suffering of the Jews was really unique and special. There was something about Jews that people just hated more than anyone else in the world. And when you read stories...
You see people as well, when you try to like make the link between the Nazis and the Holocaust and the violence of colonialism, you know, you see people make this case, right, that it's anti-Semitic to say this because it's belittling the suffering. It's suggesting that when you say that there's other genocides that were, you know, also horrible, that the Holocaust itself, that the Nazis participated in, were directly influenced by the genocides of colonialism by both Germany and countless other countries, Portugal and the Dutch and the Spanish, the Americans. The French, the English, of course, like the Germans were directly inspired by colonialist violence, which included genocide, which included concentration camps. And when you make that claim and you suggest that, like, of course, the Holocaust was a absolute horror, and we do need to learn the lessons of the Holocaust, but also we need to pay attention to the ways that, like, the Holocaust is just another historical example of horrible, atrocious, colonialist violence. You know, but people say that it's like anti-Semitic or whatever to make these connections, but I think we have to make those connections.
After story,
the Germans as well did Holocaust before that, yeah.
Victims and as everyone else is our oppressors. You start to see the world that way, and it filters everything that you see, so that it becomes very hard to see it when Jews, even with machine guns and tanks and nuclear weapons, are visibly oppressing a people for 75 years. It becomes very hard to see Jews as anything other than victims if those are the only stories you've consumed from the time you were very small. And so, once again, this is a book talk channel. I think it's really important for Jews to learn about other genocides besides the Holocaust. I know it was really important for me. And you will start to see commonalities. You will start to see how more than the hate, genocides are about land and power and wealth. The hate is a justification for seizing land and wealth and solidifying the power of the people who are doing the genocide. The hate is manufactured by people in power, and it can be manufactured about anybody, not just Jews. So here are some absolutely fucking brutal books about genocide that I think other Jews should read. We were not the only people being genocided, living in exile, being massacred in Europe throughout the medieval and early modern period. The Roma, I contend, had it even worse than Jews because Jews had wealth through trade networks connecting them to the Levant, which gave them some degree of security. The Roma did not have that. And Jews have been complicit in erasing the Roma from our own history books.
Even the Holocaust.
Histories of the Shoah and our histories of, persecution of Jews in Europe before that.
Roma were big parts of the victims of the Holocaust.
The History of the Romani People and the Controversial Persecutions of Them Across Europe by Charles Rivers, editors. This is a very slim book, but it's absolutely brutal to get through, and it's important for everyone to read. It is especially important for USian Jews to understand the scope of the horrors of the genocide committed against Native people here in the United States. And I know you think you know, but no, whatever you got in your schooling, if you haven't gone out and read about this, you really don't know the depth of the horrors of that genocide. So I want you to go read Bury My Heart at Wounded Knee, An Indian History of the American West by D. Brown. It is absolutely horrific to go through, but it is important to bear witness to that. A lot of Jews think that, hey, 6 million dead in the Holocaust, that is the most number of people of any ethnic group to be targeted in a single genocide. But that's just not true. Under King Leopold in the Congo, somewhere between 8 and 10 million Africans were genocided through slave labor camps.
I mean, after World War II, the United States killed 5 million people in Korea and Vietnam. And it contributed to another million in Indonesia as well. So that's 6 million in Southeast Asia right there.
So to learn about that, you can read King Leopold's Ghost, A Story of Greed, Terror, and Heroism in Colonial Africa by Adam Hochschild. It is important to realize that genocide did not end with the Holocaust. It is ongoing throughout the world. A more recent one from the 1990s was the genocide that occurred in Rwanda. To read about that, you can read We Wish to Inform You That Tomorrow We Will Be Killed with Our Families, Stories from Rwanda by Philip Gurovich. And finally, most importantly, go read The Ethnic Cleansing of Palestine by Ilan Pappé. I've been encouraging you to read Palestinian authors on this channel, but I know for some of you, you're not ready for that. Well, Ilan Pappé is an Israeli Jew. He, like me, feels that his Jewishness calls him to call out genocide when he sees it. And he sees it in Israel against Palestinians. It is not fun to read these books. It is brutal. It is traumatic. It will give you nightmares, but it is so important. And it is so important that we feel free to draw similarities and see connections between different genocides in different parts of the world and different periods of history, because how else are we going to stop them? So I call bullshit on anyone who tells you something like this. Learn about other genocides. Draw the similarities, make the comparisons so that you can become more educated and see the world more clearly and have a better understanding of history, which is informing everything that's happening right now in Palestine. And if you have not done it already, go to jvp.org. Use the first button that pops up, their tool, to call your representatives and tell them to stop funding genocide in Palestine. Do it every day until the people of Gaza are safe.
I like their color-coded bookshelf. That's interesting. Color-coded. That was good. Here's the link. Here's the link to that. What's this? Is this another one, Kira?
I completely reject this framework that you're never allowed to draw similarities.
Oh, that's the same book. Okay. The same link. Good. Okay. Alphabetical is the only way. I don't do alphabetical. If you can call that organized behind me, I don't know. It's vaguely organized by topic, but even that is a bit of a stretch. Oh, yeah, I mean, yeah, and I'm glad she's responding to the Pac-Man, as we call him. Thank you, David Pac-Man. October 14th, after an entire week of this fucking mass bombing campaign, mass murder, thank you so much to David Pac-Man for continuing to focus on the important issues. Thank you so much, David. Mr. fucking bravery. It's so brave to be like, I also condemn Hamas. I love these people have convinced themselves that they're these brave speakers of truth to power for taking this stance. Thank you, David.
We are actual leftists. We don't support authoritarian regimes.
Yes, we do.
We don't support terrorism. We don't support violence of any kind. And that includes violence coming from Israel to innocent Palestinians. We don't support movements that subjugate women or LGBT people or those who say, I don't want to be part of this religion anymore. We feel terribly for the Palestinians living under Hamas. Lots of the people
Thank you, David.
supporting Hamas in the West would be killed by Hamas or at least subjugated. And
Thank you for your bravery, sir.
The so-called progressives on the left. So we need to make sure that we don't ignore death and suffering on any side. On any side,
This is
it's a disaster.
pathetic.
It also has to be recognized that after a terrorist attack, countries will defend themselves. Apply what happened here with Hamas to anywhere around the world.
And America's response to 9/11 was
the
really
victims
good
have to
too.
defend themselves. Now, do they defend themselves in an appropriate way? Do they even go out? You know, when we were attacked by Al-Qaeda and went to Iraq, did that make sense? No, it made absolutely no sense. And so we can still be critical. We can still be discerning and all of these different things. But the attacks on me as I thought you were a progressive, I want to hear which progressive value I'm not espousing.
I absolutely do support authoritarianism. I absolutely do. I'm telling you, I know David Pac-Man might have certain ideas about this. I'm here to tell you though that as a leftist, you can support authoritarianism. You have my permission, okay, if you needed it. If you needed it, you can. You can be a leftist and you can indeed support authoritarianism, and you should also as well.
I did want to speak about something real quick because some of my fellow Jewish leftists have really been disappointing me. Because you're hanging on to this premise that Jews need their own theocratic ethno-state. No one gets a theocratic ethno-state. We live in a diverse, heterogeneous world where human beings have been moving across it all over the place for many,
especially that part of the world.
Years.
Like the idea that you can turn that specific bit of land into a Jewish ethno-state was always completely farcical.
And I get why you think this, because we are fed this from birth and ritually reminded of it every year as part of our religion, that we have suffered so much and that we need a homeland. But it's just ahistorical to think that Jews have suffered in some unique and special way that makes them entitled to a theocratic ethno-state. Unfortunately, genocide is a dime a dozen in this world. Even looking at European history. Yeah, I mean, the Christians really put a target on the Jews' back for a good 1,700-ish years there, give or take. But as bad as Jews had it, Romani's had it worse, just about everywhere. So where's their theocratic ethno-state? Who are we going to kick off their land at gunpoint to give Romani's
This is the Western imperialist answer to everything.
Jews, at least we got to have shtetls. I mean, sure, they were, targeted for massacres occasionally, but the Romani...
That's our answer to everything. We'll just partition your nation into a bunch of different ethno-states, call it a day. That's what we love to do. That's our answer always.
We're not even allowed to sit down, let alone being held as chattel slaves in Romania for 500 years. And just look around the world. Look at black people in the Americas. Look at indigenous people all over the planet. They've all been enslaved and genocided by Christo-fascist colonizers. So our suffering just isn't that special. And the only reason that the UK and the US went along, touted that line and gave us an army was because they didn't want Jews in their countries after World War II. And they said, oh shit.
That's a big part of it, right? That's a big part of it. That's why you have all these white supremacist guys that love Israel. They're like, how could I be anti-Semitic? I love Israel. Yeah, because they don't want Jews living in their community, in their country. That's why they support Israel.
Shit, we can send all these Jews to a desert where the indigenous people there have no standing army to defend themselves with and no modern military technology. And then we get an economic and military foothold in the Middle East that will always be beholden to us. Yeah, the UK and the US thought that was a pretty sweet deal after World War II. And y'all are leftists. I'm talking about Jewish leftists. Like, everyone gets a place to live and everyone gets equal.
Yeah, she's very good. I only saw her content this week. People were sharing it around. You know, speaking of Ali Abumila, he's on Breakthrough News right now. So we can take some time to look at that. Fuck off. Ad blockers. Not allowed on YouTube. Says who?
Israel's once again bombing Gaza, but this time the genocidal intent and apocalyptic destruction has reached a fever pitch like never before. We're watching
There are
atrocities.
tons of anti-Zionist Jews and tons of non-Jewish Zionists. Yeah, I mean, we've talked about it before. The biggest Zionists out there are evangelical Christians because they literally want Jews to leave their country and go to Israel so their little apocalyptic end times fantasy can come true. I mean, it has nothing to do with liking or supporting Jewish people. It's entirely based in that. You know? So those are some of my favorite guys, though. Those Orthodox Jews that are hardcore anti-Zionists that show up to every one of these protests. Really, really brave and cool people that I always really appreciate hearing from.
Unfold in real time, as if tuning into some twisted reality TV show. And rather than put a stop to it, the international community is largely silent, while the most powerful countries in the world fuel and cheer on genocidal violence that so far killed over 1,000 Palestinian children. Even as Israeli officials refer to Palestinians
Disgusting.
as human animals and beasts, cut off their access to electricity, food, water, and medicine, and massacre entire families in their homes, the leaders of the so-called free and civilized Western world have nothing but proclamations in support of Israel's shocking aggression.
Also, when I notice a lot of North Americans are unaware of this, the new generation of Nazis have learned to dress well, speak politely to the media, pretend to not hate Jews for the sake of optics, and they fucking hate Muslims, which is also why a lot of them support Israel's devastation of not only Palestinians, but also Syria, Iran, Jordan, Lebanon, and Egypt. Yeah, it's like, it's this kind of sleight of hand that's been played for people to sort of like launder their extremist views and their anti-Semitic views. And because there's no social cost to hating Muslims. I mean, in American politics, even if maybe that's died down a little bit, we see over the last week though that it has not died down at all. But like, there's no social cost or whatever. You can't go on TV and be like, I'm against Jews. I don't think Jews should be able to practice their religion. We need to focus on their religious customs, and we need to, look at go into their communities and see the radicalization. No one would ever say that, and you shouldn't say that, but it was totally normalized to go on TV, and still is, and to be an elected official and be like, Muslims are all these like violent savages that just want to bomb and destroy everything, and their culture is barbaric, and they never contributed to anything. Not like white European culture that created everything and has built everything, built modern civilization. That was a completely uncontroversial stance for people to take in American politics or on the media, and still is. So that's how these white supremacists have been able to launder their views, because it's not in any way controversial to make these kind of claims. And then you can just say, I support Israel's right to defend itself. And yeah, if you're Jewish, that's the signal to you to leave my country, leave my city, leave my community, and go to Israel. We got to stop letting people get away with that. And that's when people say too, Jews are like in under threat right now. Jews are scared because of this Hamas violence. Like the reason Jewish people are still being persecuted and attacked in the West is not because of Hamas or Palestinians. It's because of these exact white supremacists who almost always support Israel. This is why I completely reject this entire framework of we need to be sensitive right now. The Jews right now, they're all these cultural traumatic memories are being unearthed, and all this trauma is being brought back to the surface. Like I said, if people want to talk about me and my stance about Israel or Jewish people or whatever, my big crazy belief about Jewish people is that they should, I'll say this a couple times, my big crazy extremist radical belief about Jewish people is that they belong wherever they are. Montreal, the city that I live in, a central part of Montreal culture has been Jewish people and Jewish communities. I think Jewish people in Canada and the United States and Europe and wherever they are should just stay where they are. Stay in their communities. That's your home. That's your home. I don't think you should leave. I don't think you should leave Montreal. I don't think you should leave New York City and go live in Israel. I think you should stay right where you are. That's my big crazy radical belief about Jewish people.
And Western corporate media is acting as stenographers for the Israeli military, suspending Muslim and Arab reporters while inciting against Palestinians. They even blame the victims for the atrocities perpetrated by their oppressors. Here in the region, everyone's on edge, watching in horror as a nuclear-armed settler colonial state annihilates an indigenous population. Yet still, native Palestinians continue to resist their extermination. At the same time, tensions in South Lebanon continue to rise in a tit-for-tat between the Israelis and Hezbollah at the border. This could easily escalate into a regional war that would see Israel fighting on multiple fronts. The Iranians are advocating de-escalation, but warning they might have to intervene if the Israelis continue their atrocities. And Israel is promising a ground invasion into Gaza. Joining me to discuss these developments is Ali Abunimah, Executive Director of the Electronic Intifada and author of The Battle for Justice in Palestine. Ali, welcome back to the show.
Thank you, Rania. I wish I could say I was happy about the circumstances, but thank you for having me on.
Well, I definitely wish I could say the same. And, when I was deciding the various parts of this conflict we were going to talk about, I was just overwhelmed with where to start, because I think both you and I and probably everybody watching have just been completely glued to the news and just horrified. It's like atrocity porn at this point, where we're just inundated with, it's like a tsunami of watching Palestinian children and
it's
families
truly
be
psychologically
torn apart
fucking
and
damaging.
in many ways torn to shreds. Watching Israelis pretty openly shout out genocidal statements. Watching the Americans and the Europeans totally stand with a settler colonial state and incite against Palestinians. And we're going to get to all that. I just wanted to mention before we get to the first thing we're going to talk about, I saw a little bit ago at the Rafah crossing between Gaza and Egypt, there was apparently 1,000 tons of aid that was essentially supposed to go into Gaza, because as everybody knows, it's been cut off by the Israelis with the full backing of the West. It's been cut off from food, medicine, and water and electricity. And the Israelis bombed the crossing on live television. So there's, these images I saw or videos I saw on live television of the crossing being bombed. And there was reports that the Egyptian health minister was actually nearby when it happened, which is just, part of the ongoing Israeli war on civilians, because that's what this is. I mean, before we get into anything, I don't know if there's anything you want to say about that.
It's hard to find the words that are adequate to describe what is happening, because I think we live in an era where people often inflate or words lose their power. But what is happening is a genocide in a true meaning of the word. and let me try to give you some perspective. Israel has killed in the last week now more than 4,000 people that we know about, because many, many more are buried under the rubble of high-rise buildings that are just being pancaked. 4,000, more than 4,000 people, that's 2 in every 1,000 people in Gaza have been killed in the space of a week. Israel has killed more than 1,000 children. That's 1 in every 1,000 children in Gaza Israel has killed in the last week from the bombing. And there's nobody in Gaza who doesn't know someone or have relatives who've been killed. A friend of mine in Istanbul who's from Gaza, I was texting him this morning, he said that he's lost 36 family members and close friends in the last week. That's one person. And whole families are being annihilated. More than 50 families at this point have been completely wiped off the civil register in Gaza. That means that nobody from any generation survives in that family. The name is erased. And that means the babies, to the grandparents, erased from existence. And if you survive the bombing, you may well die of dehydration, because Israel deliberately stated that it's cut off the water to Gaza. That's a crime against humanity. But not just the water, food supplies, medicine, fuel, and electricity. So people are living in total darkness. And even if there is water, it can't be pumped, because the water has to be pumped with electricity up to people's roofs so that they can use it. It has to be pumped from where it is to where people need it. And so now, after more than a week with no fresh water, people are starting to drink basically sewage, polluted water. Families who have a little bit of supply of fresh water still are rationing it. There are people who are saying that they're now prioritizing giving their children water, and the adults are abstaining from water or taking very little. So people are now starting to die from lack of water that is deliberate. And the same with food. People can go for longer without food, but it's very difficult for children. Adults can, survive without food for a long time, but no one can survive without water, and children can't survive without food. So people don't have food to give their children. There's no bread in the bakeries. UNRWA, the UN Agency for Palestine Refugees, cannot bring in supplies, cannot cope. Its warehouses are unreachable, and some have even been bombed. And 1 million people have been displaced inside Gaza. This is 2.3 million people, and half the population has been displaced with nowhere to go. There's nowhere safe in Gaza. There's nowhere where Israel isn't bombing. There's nowhere where there's hotels or shelters. People can't just move from one place to another and check into a motel. There's nowhere to go. There's nowhere to stay. There's no infrastructure to accommodate people. The hospitals in Gaza have run out of basic supplies, what we call medical consumables, things like bandages and gloves and the day-to-day medications, which you have to consider that just at Al-Shifa Hospital, the main hospital in Gaza City, they have said that they're receiving hundreds of injured people an hour, hundreds. So every person who has to be seen, they need bandages, clean gloves, medicine equipment. Where is that all coming from? It's not there anymore. Israel has bombed ambulances, clinics. It has murdered doctors and their entire families. The list of doctors, of senior physicians, heads of departments, surgeons, people with great skill, people who are desperately needed in Gaza, targeted and annihilated with their entire families. We've seen that they have ordered at least 4 major hospitals, including Al-Shifa, the biggest hospital, to evacuate. An impossibility in the best of circumstances, but completely impossible in the current situation where how are they going to move thousands of injured people? What about the chronically ill, people who are on life support, people who need dialysis, people who are getting cancer treatments, pregnant women? None of that stops just because there's a war. People still have all those needs. And that's not to mention all the people who can continue to come in. So there is really, words fail in trying to describe the scale of this. And when you see the images of entire neighborhoods wiped out with maybe one building here or there, it looks like the images you see of Dresden or Berlin in 1945, or Hiroshima and Nagasaki after the atomic bombing. And indeed, I think from what Israel has said, a few days into this, they said they dropped 6,000 bombs. It's got to be much more than that now. We're talking about now the equivalent of a decent-sized atomic bomb has been dropped on Gaza, with the effects that an atomic bomb would have, minus the radiation. But, you know, instead of radiation, people get to suffer from waterborne disease because of the lack of clean water and dehydration and all the other utter horrors. So it is unspeakable. But here is the key point. It is being done deliberately. This is a revenge campaign targeting the civilian population. The Israelis don't hide it. I mean, that's the thing. They're not even going around with the usual pretense this time that, oh, we're targeting militants or military. This time, they're not even pretending because they know they don't have to. They have a full green light from Joe Biden, from the United States, from the European Union. Joe Biden is rushing more bombs to Israel. You've got the U.S. Globemaster heavy lift aircraft coming in with more bombs, with more shells to drop on civilians. I mean, in more than 10 days into this, we haven't heard that Israel has killed any senior military commander from Hamas or hit any significant resistance target. There aren't any. The only thing to hit are civilians. The resistance is deep underground where Israel can't reach them. And so all Israel can do is murder civilians at the rate of now over 100 children a day. Israel is exterminating more than 100 children a day. The UN claims that since the start of the war in Ukraine of February 2021, the UN figures say that some 600 children, around 600 children have been killed in the whole of Ukraine, which is much, much bigger than Palestine. It's got
I talked a little bit about Cyrus's piece earlier,
Gaza has a
Pathogen.
population of 2 million. And Israel has killed in a week double the number of children that are reported to be killed in the war in Ukraine in 2 years. So words fail, and this is all being done with the full backing, enthusiastic, full-throated backing and material support, not just of the United States and Joe Biden, but also Never Again Land, Germany, the people who don't stop crying about, oh, we have to learn the lessons of history. They're doing this. They are doing this. The people who told us, the people who they set up organizations and foundations to take Palestinian kids to Auschwitz and to Holocaust memorials so the Palestinians will learn, not to do Holocausts. Those are the people who are doing
Put Israel in Germany.
And there's no words I have to describe the anger, the rage, the outrage.
People in Germany can leave their homes
I have, and I think many
if they feel so bad about what happened in the Holocaust.
Things can never be the same after this. Things can never be the same. And all those who've supported it or have made excuses for it, who have repeated the Israeli lies and propaganda that are being used, the blood libels against Palestinians, the fake stories about beheaded Jewish babies, and all the other lies that I know we're going to talk about, all the people who spread that, nothing can wash that includes journalists and politicians. Nothing can wash this blood from your hands. Nothing. You helped Israel do this, and we will never forget that, and we will never forgive it.
Absolutely not. And I think there's definitely something to be said about the fact that so many of these people would like to think that they would have been on the right side of history during slavery or
during the Holocaust.
Or during the Holocaust,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And they are actually supporting the very same ideals that Nazis carried out during the Holocaust in this, the only word to use, I feel like genocide isn't even a strong enough word at this point because it's just so open and so encouraged.
It's a Holocaust. I mean, you take Gaza's 2.3 million people who are being deliberately killed with bombing.
You can count on me. You're gonna
mass
have good
murdered
old
with bombing,
Rob to
and mass
talk you
murdered
through
by
all this.
denying them water.
13 months to go. I can almost taste the Uri gold.
Thank you, Brian. 11 months of tier 2 from Brian, aka Lennon Smash. Thank you, Brian. And one month away from the year sub badge is not so bad. Whatever you're doing now is what you would have done then. Thank you again, Brian. Whatever you're doing now is what you would have done then. And that's exactly right. And that's exactly why I refuse to participate in this, doing this both sides thing or doing this kind of equivocation, It's useless. And it's not helpful and it's not brave.
Water and food. I mean,
you can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Or Rania Khalek saying this is genocide. This is the textbook definition of genocide. And this is being accompanied by classic genocidal rhetoric, because when Yoav Gallant, the Israeli war minister, announced that they were cutting off
Diego, thank you for the 2 gifted subs. I appreciate that, Diego. Thank you.
Food and water to 2.3 million people, half of them children, called the people in Gaza, the entire population, human beasts. Human animals.
I was talking to a German lefty who was both siding by condemning civilian deaths on both sides. Deeply upsetting framing and very self-serving to feel like they're above whatever is happening. I mean, it's ostensibly it shouldn't be controversial. Oh, I'm against violence on both sides. I'm going to wipe my hands. You just wash my hands of that. When our governments, though, are using the violence against one side to justify the significantly worse violence on the other side, and they're unequivocally standing with the country that's engaging in this kind of genocide and this brutal mass murder, then yes, it's not helping anything for us in those imperial countries that are facilitating this to take this like moralizing, false equivalency, mealy-mouthed approach to it. It's pathetic.
The head of Kogat, this traitor called Ghassan Alian, who works for the Israeli occupation, this traitor against his people, called them human beasts. So
you know, Ali, I think it's a good time. I have a video of it's a clip that Mohammed Al-Kurd put together actually, or posted, and I think it's worth just to remind. I think people have seen a lot of these.
This is my emotional support liberalism.
But here are many of them together, and I really do think it's worth watching. Yeah. Sorry, this is Instagram style, so forgive me for that. But here we go. Let's take a watch and a listen.
We are operating militarily according to rules of international law. Period. It's not true. This rhetoric about civilians not aware, not involved. It's absolutely not true. אנחנו נלחמים בחיות אדם ואנחנו נוהגים בהתאם. לא הם, לא אמא שלהם, לא הילדה שלהם, לא התינוקות שלהם. אסור להם לחיות לחיות האלה. Prime Minister Netanyahu, finish them. Finish them. And we will fight until we break their backbone.
Is this going to TOS?
There's been multiple statements from this president.
I don't know. Like, this is shit that's on the news. We're talking about the news. Like, I understand this, and I need to be careful about this kind of thing. I get it, but like, we have to talk about this. I don't understand like why we can't. If this, we're talking about the news, we're showing news footage. I know you agree, but it's just like I don't want to be pressured by these fucking bullshit rules to not show images that we should be looking at if we want to understand what's going on in this conflict. I know Rania showed it on
do whatever the hell you
YouTube.
Have to do to defend yourself. Level the place.
There shall come us just this much of the wrath of God.
Oh man, that fucking lady. I had that
Israel
clip
has
to
every
look
right
at
under
as
the
well.
laws of war to strike back.
I think that Israel does have that right.
When we say Israel has the right to defend itself, this is what that means.
The war is not just with Hamas. The war is with all the civilians.
This is what the right to defend themselves means. And that's why when our fucking pathetic progressive leaders say like, well, of course I support Israel's right to defend itself, but not this though. Oh, not this. Of course they were attacked by Hamas and they have the right to defend themselves, but whoa. Not this though. They must respect international law. They must do this and that. Well, that's what that means though. So I like to make up things too. I like to live in fantasy land too, but that's not actually what's going on. And when you say I support Israel's right to defend itself. This is what that means. There's plenty of evidence that can show that from over the years. And when you take that, you're promoting this and you agree with it. And you can't later walk it back or say like, oh, no, I didn't mean this. I didn't know. It's like, you did know. You knew. Of course, everyone knew. We all knew day one exactly what Israel was going to do, which is exactly why it was so important to rally in defense of Palestinian people on day one. And all these very same progressives that are now talking about international law were saying, whoa, don't do this protest. This is like a pro-Hamas thing. I can't be associated with this.
In supposed Holocaust education.
Sorry, it's really annoying to have to think about this TOS bullshit when we're talking about this important issue.
The Jews were called
we need, like, as upsetting as it is, we need to see this.
This we should have paid heed to that, because that was the signal of genocide. What is it? What is this? What are we looking at? How is it that so many people are willing to go along with it? What is rotten in their souls that they see that and they think, yes, this is what we need to do? It is, again, words fail. Genocide it's a Holocaust, a small h Holocaust, but it's a Holocaust. That's what's going on. And I say that because that's what it is. People, the original meaning of Holocaust is burnt offering, and all these children are being burned and blown to pieces just to avenge the settler colonialists who cannot contain their rage that the people in the ghetto rose up and broke out of the ghetto fence. And that's what happened on the 7th October. And of course, the genocidal rhetoric and lies that Israel and the United States and all of their supporters have put out, fake stories that the Hamas fighters went in and they just simply massacred people and mass graves and they raped people, and that they beheaded babies. The lie, Joe Biden lied in public that he had seen photos of this. The White House had to retract it. That's how bad the lies are. And it turns out the vast majority, I believe, to be lies. Yes, Israeli civilians have been killed, but and it's certainly possible and probably likely that some of them were killed by Hamas fighters. But the stories that are starting to come out now are that actually it was Israeli forces that killed a lot of them by just going in guns blazing, not distinguishing between Israeli civilians who were held captive and the Palestinian fighters. That's the.
By the way, on the subject of people lying and spreading these lies, Joe Biden, etc., here's David Lammy.
Tunneling.
He's mixing up all the different lies. And these are like progressives in the UK. This is like Labour Party people.
The tunneling of Hamas. And we must recognise that Israel is facing a huge existential crisis. 1,300 people dead, murdered, babies raped. And against that backdrop of the tunneling of Hamas.
Like, it's psychotic. No, we're mixing up all the different lies or just mashing into this one big lie. You know, absolutely disgraceful. And 1,300 people. 1,300 people. Well, how many of these 1,300 people were in the IDF? I would like to see some like actual information on that. I don't think I think it's unlikely that every single one of the 1,300 is members of the IDF. I don't think that, but we do need to make a distinction. And how many of them were shot by the IDF? Something else we need more information out on. Absolutely.
The big story that you just put up on screen that we published last night at the Electronic Intifada, one of the survivors of an Israeli woman, you see her there.
Yeah, and they're not releasing all the names for this exact reason, for sure.
She was at the rave, the famous rave in the desert. And
that's why they're torturing the bodies. And I see there's mass graves as well that Palestinians are being put into. Not that that matters.
Partner escaped by car to Kibbutz Be'eri, which is an Israeli settlement a few kilometers from the Gaza boundary. And what she says in this story that's on the Electronic Intifada today, and she said this on an interview with Israeli state radio on Saturday, that the Palestinian fighters treated her and all the other Israeli captives, her word, very humanely. They looked after them. They gave them water. They reassured them. They said, we're not going to hurt you. We're not going to kill you. We're going to take you to, they said, we're going to take you to Gaza, but tomorrow we're going to take you to the border. It seemed that the Hamas fighters thought that there would be a quick prisoner exchange with Israel. And she says in this interview on Israeli state radio that everything was calm. I mean, it wasn't great. She said we were scared. We were being held captive by people with guns. But they weren't hurting us. They were looking after us. It was the Israelis who came in with guns blazing and just started shooting and killing everyone. This is what she says. And not just using guns. They fired tank shells at the house in the kibbutz where she was hiding. And she said they killed everyone. The quotes are in the story. We have the recording.
Yeah, I was going to say, I can actually play some of it.
Sure, go ahead. Yeah, absolutely.
Here it is. Yeah, and for those who want to go see all of it, I encourage you to go to the Electronic Intifada YouTube page, where it has, I mean, it's in Hebrew, but it has English subtitles. But I'll go ahead and play part of it where
and
she
we
says,
have the whole transcript in the article.
Indeed you do. But here, I started it at this part because this is where she starts to talk about what happened.
הם מתנהגים אלינו בצורה מאוד אנושית, זה אומר שהם
אנושית?
שומרים עלינו. כן, מה זה אומר אנושית? שומרים עלינו, הם נותנים לנו לשתות פה.
I saw a video of the resistance in the home of a commander with his family just walking around the house. There's that infamous clip of the settler grandma as well.
קרו דברים איומים ונוראים.
נכון, אבל אחרי שעתיים, בקיצור, בהתחלה לא היה שום גורם.
And again, if people want to think this is some tinfoil hat thing to suggest that the IDF was responsible for at least some of the violence that we saw against people at that festival or elsewhere, this is not some like tinfoil hat crazy conspiracy theory. This is from Israeli state radio that this interview took place, in case anyone thinks that that's some crazy thing to suggest.
כי החוטפים רצו שהמשטרה תגיע, כי המטרה שלהם הייתה לחטוף אותנו לעזה. בסיומה במהלכה, אחד המחבלים החליט להיכנע, זה מחבל שיצר איתי קשר במהלך השעתיים האלה, יצרתי קשר עם כמה מהחוטפים, אלה ששמרו על בני הערובה. כן. והוא מחליט להשתמש בי כמגן אנושי, הוא מחליט להיכנע, אני לא מודעת לזה באותם רגעים, זה בדיעבד, הוא מתחיל להתפשט, הוא קורא לי ומתחיל לצאת איתי מהבית תחת אש, אני צועקת בזמן הזה לימ"מ כשהם יכולים לשמוע אותי שיפסיקו לראות, ואז הם שומעים אותי ומפסיקים לראות. אני רואה על הדשא של בגינה של
I think your typical civilian has no idea what the fog of war is about. Well, I mean, and Pathogen, this whole fog of war idea, this is exactly why in these moments, like we saw last weekend, when the propaganda button gets pushed and all the stories start coming out, that's why it's more important than ever, no matter how difficult it is in those moments, to stand firm and to not be moved, and to not be swayed in your position, and to not dilute your solidarity, and to not back down. I saw people were, they see the images of the Gaza prison fence being bulldozed, and they say, this is great, this is wonderful. Oh, all of a sudden these stories start coming out about this rave and all the horrible massacres. Oh, I better delete those tweets. I better equivocate. I better step back, and I better take this kind of position where and condemn everything. And I because then I don't want to stand up for anything like that. That's why it's so important in those moments to stand firm and to not do any of that, and to not back down, and to not dilute your solidarity, or to not apologize. No matter how difficult it gets in those moments. Because we've seen all these stories, as soon as a few days go by, the lies start getting exposed. We start seeing the reality of what was going on. It's vastly different from what we're being told. And this seems to happen every time. And people give in those moments. You see when people have this kind of this weak position. People saying oh, I support Palestinians. They're breaking out of their prison camp. This is great. Oh, no. Now everyone's getting mad. Now there's all these stories about violence coming out. I better delete. I better apologize. I don't want anyone to think that I support that. Yeah, same with me, Matt. Don't denounce. I think it's worthless to play this game, especially in those fog of war moments when you don't know. You don't know the reality. We don't know. And the lies are coming fast and furious, and that there's people with ties to intelligence, both American and Canadian and British and Israeli intelligence, and whoever else on their little computers in their little warehouses trying to get these stories out as much as possible. And people just immediately believe it, They just believe it immediately. I denounce Israel. So do I. Brian. I agree. Rob, I'm here for the songs about submarines as advertised. Oh, subversive, not subverses. Oh my goodness, progressive Canuck.
אנשים מהקיבוץ שיש 5 בני ערובה ששוכבים או 6 על האדמה בחוץ, ממש.
Yeah, they're reacting to a time instead of drawing from a consistent ideology and body of knowledge and applying it to a situation. That's what I mean. I think this has been my main lesson about this, and also to an extent about Ukraine as well. Don't allow yourself to be moved or swayed when the propaganda button is pushed and they try to make it difficult to stick to your principles, stick to your position. But it's more important than ever in those difficult moments to not give in to any of that.
קיצון הטבח מול הירי של הימ"מ שלנו והמחבלים.
הטרוריסטים ירו בהם?
לא, הם נהרגו מהחילופי ירי, תבין שהיה חילופי ירי מאוד מאוד קשים.
זאת אומרת, יכול להיות שזה כוחותינו ירו בהם? כשניסו לפסל את החוטפים, את החמאס.
חיסלו את כולם, כולל הבני ערובה, כי היה שם חילופי ירי מאוד מאוד קשים. אני משוחררת בסביבות השעה 5:30, ב8:30 כנראה מסתיימת הלחימה, אחרי שהיה חילופי אש מטורפים, אפילו...
All this stuff can be derived via critical analysis. That's exactly why you need to have an understanding of dialectical and historical materialism. And it will shield you. It will shield you in those moments, and it will help you to navigate those moments, and it will help you to understand what is animating these incidents. Like I wanted to point out as well, people have tried to like come after me saying like, oh, you support the Palestinians' right to defend themselves. Oh, you're against these Israeli war crimes, but you won't denounce Putin. You won't denounce Putin's crimes in Ukraine, as if it's some like ideologically incoherent or confusing stance to take to be against the arming of Ukraine and against the arming of Israel. It's actually quite easy to understand, you know? It is quite easy to understand. In NATO arms and funds Ukraine. NATO, the West, arms and funds Israel. Ukraine, Israel, Taiwan. These are Western proxies. And when you're anti-imperialist and you have this correct understanding of how what is animating these geopolitical incidents, you understand this. You even have people in Ukraine openly talking about how they see themselves the same way. These Ukrainian nationalists, they don't empathize with the Palestinians, they empathize with the Israelis. They view themselves as the exact same way. We're bastions of like European civilization defending ourselves from the invading Asiatic hordes. That's how they see themselves. So the idea that it's incoherent or contradictory to both be against NATO, to be against the arming of Ukraine, and to be against the arming of Israel, it's ridiculous, and it's a completely it displays a total non-understanding of how these geopolitical situations develop. Israel is often the target of fiery attacks from North Korea. DPRK has just the best foreign policy. They don't miss. DPRK doesn't miss when it comes to foreign policy. And frankly, as much of it, sorry to keep interrupting this, we already watched it earlier and we already talked about this clip. That's why I'm not letting it play all the way through. But as much as me and others in this community are China respecters and China enjoyers, and that's not changing, but sometimes I do wish that China would have that unapologetic anti-imperialist kind of foreign policy that DPRK does. Maybe one day they will, when they feel like they've established their sovereignty enough. Maybe one day they might shift their tone on these things.
איך כולם נהרגו?
מהחילופי אש.
מהחילופי אש, כלומר יכול להיות שגם זה מאש כוחותינו?
חד משמעית.
כן?
וככה אני מאמינה.
אוי, זה נשמע כל כך רע.
כן, וכולם מתו.
ואת בזכות אותו מחבל שהחליט להסגיר את עצמו.
בדיוק.
ואת ניצלת וכל היתר נהרגו שם.
חוץ מעוד בחורה אחת שניצלה, מצאו אותה אחרי
So, I mean, there you have it. I would encourage people to go see it for themselves. This is not something that you'll see in U.S. media, certainly not as...
At the very least, Excuse me. Excuse me, I'm sorry. Chewing on my little sour candy there. At the very, very least, when it comes to this, like, rave incident, there is more to this story than the original narrative that was promoted. I don't know if people think that's, like, controversial or a crazy tinfoil hat thing to say, but at the very least, there's more going on than Hamas just parachuted into this rave and just started indiscriminately massacring people. There's more to the story than that.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Call me gold member, because I love GOOOOOLD.
Thank you, Doc. For 24 months of Tier 2, and enjoy your shimmering golden 24-month, 2-year TRRS sub badge. Thank you, Doc. Thanks for all the support.
Israeli media, because this part was, I believe you mentioned in the article, it was removed.
That's right. It was removed from the website of Kan, the official Israeli state broadcaster. But what we also have in the article is this woman, Yasmin Porat, gave. I don't know if you can scroll down on that screen, but she gave 2 other interviews. One to the Israeli newspaper Ma'ariv. There you go. And another to Israel's Channel 12. And this Channel 12 interview, we didn't subtitle it. It's 30 minutes long, but we do have a lot of quotes from it that we translated into English. And she provides more detail of how
them calling it the Infinite Freedom Festival and putting it outside of Gaza alone is just, what is that? I mean, again, I don't want to justify the deaths of innocent people. I do think there's more to the story, but I don't want to deny that terrible things have happened also. But that's the secondary part of that question, though. Do I think it's wise to go to a rave on the border of a concentration camp where people have been kept for decades, living lives of total squalor and desperation, subject to just inhuman cruelty and violence for decades? No, I don't think it's a good idea.
The Palestinian fighters were not at all intent on harming the civilians. And she doesn't say in the Channel 12 or Ma'ariv interview, she does say that the Israeli forces came in with all guns blazing, but she doesn't say as explicitly as in the Kan interview, the Israeli state radio interview, that it was the Israelis who killed all the hostages, or at least a lot of them. Even in the Kan interview, when you listen to her, she is saying that, but she still seems somewhat reluctant to because she's understandably afraid of what the reaction will be. So I do worry about what the backlash for this poor lady will be, given that her partner was killed in this horrifying event, and Kan, the Israeli state radio, took the interview down. Because think about it, this is much too explosive a truth for Israel to allow out there for the world to see, because their whole fabricated story is that the Palestinians went in simply intent on killing for the sake of killing, to kill as many Jews as possible. And in fact, what we refer to there is
this is not
the Hannibal
what happened.
Directive, which
that
is
not
a well-known Israeli military
version
doctrine
of what happened.
that says Israeli forces are allowed to use overwhelming force if they see one of their people being captured. They're allowed to shell, to shoot, to kill them, rather than allow them to be taken alive, to prevent the enemy from having prisoners they can use in a negotiation.
And we know that Israel's killed. I think the last time I saw the number was like 15, perhaps, of their own of the Israelis.
I can't trip Paul's that close to an open-air free fire zone for IDF
that's what
snipers.
The resistance says. It's difficult. Of course, it's impossible to verify it. But what we do know is that Israel has shown absolutely no regard for their safety. As of this morning, they were saying
that's a good point.
I think the number in Haaretz was that
we don't know what happened, but we've seen Israel, we've seen the absolute lack of restraint they've used, even when it comes to defending their citizens, which is what they claim the IDF is for. They're indiscriminately bombing Gaza where they know that there's these prisoners have been taken.
I think it was 199 people are thought to have been taken prisoner in Gaza, and Israel is showing no sign of any regard for them, let alone for the people of Gaza, given the ferocity of its relentless bombing. It just doesn't seem to care if they get killed. And a lot of the protests within Israel, I mean, there's huge rage and anger and shock at how the supposedly Mr. Security Netanyahu allowed this resistance offensive to occur, where Hamas was able to actually liberate an area of occupied Palestine twice the size of Gaza. They were able to occupy settlements more than 22 kilometers into Israel, and now those areas are all empty. All the residents of the settlers in those areas have had to be evacuated. So there's incredible rage at that, and now there's incredible rage at the fact that the government is showing no interest in freeing the Israelis detained in Gaza, and foreign citizens also are detained in Gaza, and just seems to be willing to kill them so that it doesn't have to worry about them.
You know what's so interesting is hearing what the Israelis actually did. It's so much of what they accuse Palestinians of. Almost all of it is pure projection. Like they accuse Palestinian resistance, and basically any Arab, they do it with Hezbollah too, of using the civilian population as human shields. When, I mean, we can argue if a settler is a civilian or not, but the Israelis literally plant settlers in areas. I mean, in the case of next to Gaza, they literally have settlements they built to be like a security buffer, to use human bodies as a security buffer in case the prisoners in the cage next door should ever break out. That's the purpose of all those kibbutzes by Gaza.
Right. That's right. And all those kibbutzes, those settlements in the south, like Sderot and all the ones around Gaza, Kibbutz Be'eri, where this thing happened, Ofakim, and so on, are all built on ethnically cleansed villages and lands of Palestinians who are now refugees inside Gaza, inside this open-air prison, now open-air death camp. I mean, Gaza is a death camp. I don't think there's any other thing to call it. So it is a brutal settler colonial project, and we see the sheer scale. What we're seeing now is this open manifestation of the incredible violence it takes to maintain this monster regime. I don't know. I'm trying to find terms that express the utter horror of what Israel is. It is a monster regime.
Indeed. And I also do want to emphasize the fact, and this is, of course, not to take away from the horrors that we just talked about that Israel's inflicting on the civilian population of Gaza, which is, I'll remind people, over 50% of people in Gaza are under the age of 18, right? Like, it's like a very young population that's being bombed with the highest tech weaponry furnished by the United States of America.
Wraith, this is breakthrough news, which we watch pretty often on this channel. There's the link.
America. But despite Israel being this like magnificent power as it advertises itself, this powerful military, the most powerful in the region, one of the most powerful in the world, Israel has made no military gains. It's like watching like a genocidal teenager throw a temper tantrum using like Hellfire missiles and just carpet bombing civilians, because their weakness actually showed on October 7th. The fact that Hamas, which literally lives in a concentration camp, it's based in a concentration camp.
I think the only context I needed for this is that article in 2014 showing Sderot residents setting up chairs to watch the IDF bomb Gaza if it's the 4th of July. I mean, yeah, pretty horrifying. And it does muddy this conversation a little bit about settlers and who counts as being a civilian and who counts as being innocent or not. I don't know if I want to unpack that any further over here on twitch.tv. But worth pointing that out, like I'm thinking about that. I'm thinking about the settlers that show up and with their lawn chairs and watch the bombings. I'm thinking about that guy that filmed the TikTok, like drinking water from his tap and basically bragging that he has running water and electricity. There was that woman that went viral over the weekend as well from one of these settlements that's being like, I'm listening to these bombs and it's so great. It's so great. And I'm leaving because of the sound of the bombing is too distressing. This is, unfortunately, and it's something we need to talk about, I think, a pretty common attitude among these settlers.
Yeah, right? And not just the fact that they were able to to execute such a planned operation that was probably, I think, more successful than they even realized it was going to be, because they also assumed Israel was this big, huge power that, like, I'm sure when they went in, they even said it, I'm not sure, they said it in news articles,
Yeah,
they were.
that's what Salah Harouri, the deputy chief of the Qassam, the military wing of Hamas, said. And let me come back to that. But you're absolutely right. It's not hard to drop bombs from high altitude on civilians. That's really easy. And it's not hard to shoot children in the occupied West Bank. That's really easy. Israel excels at those things. It excels at dropping bombs on schools, on hospitals, on high-rise apartment buildings. Israel is excellent at shooting journalists like Shireen Abu Akleh and shooting children. And let's not forget the West Bank. Since in the last week, Israel has killed more than 50 Palestinians in the West Bank, including 15 children. It's really good at that. Mm-hmm. What it's not good at is fighting. And what happened on October 7th,
you see the same. You see that parallel as well with like veterans of Iraq or Afghanistan going to volunteer to fight in Ukraine and being like, oh shit, this actually sucks. It turns out there's a lot. This war thing is actually a lot more difficult when you don't have the ability to just instantly vaporize a village at any time. We see the same kind of thing. So that's why I'm very interested to see whether they go through with this ground invasion or not. They've been talking about it. There's a reason that they haven't done it yet, though, because they know it's not going to go well for them. There has been pogroms in the West Bank by settlers. I mean, this is a constant occurrence. This kind of settler terrorism that we see there. That's a big part of this context.
The already tattered myth.
Yeah, I thought they were all Krav Maga masters. Exactly, that's what they want us to believe.
And what Salah Harouri said, the deputy commander of the Qassam, in his interview with Al Jazeera.
The Hirsch article says they have a new plan. No, that's what we talked about. I mean, like, their new plan seems to be let's try and make this. Let's claim to be clearing out North Gaza of civilians. We're shutting off the water in North Gaza. Purity, get fucked. We don't stand with Israel over here. They want to evacuate North Gaza. They're shut off the water to North Gaza and turned on the water in the south. They've been telling people to leave their homes and go to the south, and then they just want to carpet bomb or drop these bunker busters or the mother of all bombs on northern Gaza because they don't want to have a ground invasion.
The deputy commander of the Qassam, in his interview with Al Jazeera last Thursday, is that
no, we do not.
Exactly
Nick.
As you said, the operation was more successful than they expected. He said the operation was targeted at the.
This is not a free speech zone. It's on this channel. You're not allowed to stand with Israel. I'm sorry to say, if you're watching and you stand with Israel, you have to turn off the stream now. You have to leave. You're not allowed to watch this.
Gaza division. That's the Israeli military unit that surrounds Gaza and enforces the siege of Gaza. And he said it collapsed much more quickly than we expected. He said we expected the fighting to go on for a very long time, but it collapsed within hours. It simply dissolved and melted away. And the footage that the Qassam released is absolutely stunning.
That's
they
right,
took
Nick.
Over entire Israeli military bases. They captured soldiers in their
and that's
underwear.
That's
they
legal.
killed soldiers all over the bases.
Like what he's describing, going after these bases and capturing soldiers, that's not only is it morally correct, it's legal under international law. And that's the insidious thing that's happened, is that whatever attacks on civilians that have happened, we can go back and forth about what constitutes civilian or not. I know there's a big argument to unpack there, but like the attacks on like unarmed people or settlers is being used to completely smear and delegitimize the entire, not only just this operation, Al-Aqsa flood, but the entirety of like Palestinian solidarity or Palestinian liberation in general is being used. But these attacks on actual IDF soldiers and positions, these are completely legal under international law. Which is exactly why I have not wanted to play this game about denouncing the violence and denouncing this and denouncing that, because it delegitimizes the very real and legitimate military operation that's been going on, which Palestinians have a right to. Does anyone actually believe Israel doesn't have plans beyond its current borders? I mean, they're not even shy about that, right? Like, it's not like that's some kind of secret or some kind of conspiracy. Like the real, like, Israeli nationalist Zionist, like really hardcore Zionists, they do have a plan for a greater Israel. They're not shy about talking about this.
Captured intelligence. They took away computers. They took away all sorts of information, not just once, but in base after base. It was a complete collapse. And what Yasmin Porat says in the interviews that we reported on, and other Israeli survivors
They wanted big parts of Syria and Jordan.
The kibbutz was abandoned for 10
and
hours.
Egypt.
No one showed up. The Israeli, I mean, they eventually did show up and blast everyone to hell. But there was no military. The Israelis didn't understand what was happening to them. They were situationally unaware and confused. So what this revealed is the complete hollowness of the myth of Israeli superiority. And this is something we already knew to a large extent from the 2006 Lebanon war, when Hezbollah completely humiliated the Israeli army when they launched it. Again, prior to the Israeli ground operation in Lebanon in 2006, July 2006, Israel was having a really easy time dropping cluster bombs on southern Lebanon and bombing infrastructure across the country. Really easy to do in a country with no air force and effectively no air defenses. Wow, Israel is really great at that, at bombing power plants. So good at that. But what it turned out they couldn't do was fight Hezbollah. And the Israelis...
And they're going to have to fight them again if this does escalate, which I don't think they're really ready for. It's funny because I was at 150 viewers and I did the thing about if you support Israel, you have to leave, and it dropped down to 147. I like to think that 3 people were out there just being like, oh, okay. And they just left. They turned off the stream.
Defeat, humiliating defeat in 2006. You know, they did all this soul searching and saying we have to learn the lessons, and the IDF was not ready, and we have to improve this, and we have to improve that, and we have to change our conception and change our training. Well, here we are, you know.
I was hoping Iran would become involved right now. I mean, I don't know. I mean, that's why I think this ground invasion hasn't happened. You know, I think that's probably the primary reason why, because people are aware of like what that's going to mean. And I don't think anyone involved wants this to escalate into a big regional war or a world war, which is where it could go, you know? That is exactly like why this moment is so scary, is because the possibility for where the directions that it could go are so like outrageous, you know?
Years later, and they were routed even more dramatically by Hamas, which most people believe is less capable than Hezbollah, not because they're less dedicated, but because they're in
a concentration camp.
They're in a concentration camp. So for them to have been able to plan this operation, remember the other lie or myth is that Israel knows everything, its intelligence is the best in the world. Hamas were able to plan a sophisticated military operation.
If World War III, I hope the Allies defeat the US and the planet is still livable. I think that's the main thing that I've been trying to talk about, and what I try to tell people that watch this stream. You know, if World War III does going to break out, if you're an empire baby like me, you're on the wrong side of it. So we need to act accordingly.
Command and control, and what the military experts called combined arms, because they had ground forces, they had air forces, they used motorized paragliders, they used drones, they had the footage of Hamas dropping munitions from drones and taking out Israeli tanks and taking out Israeli automated machine gun nests. They were able to do all that. This operation must have taken a long time to plan. It must have involved thousands of people, not just fighters, but logistics. You have to supply everyone with weapons, with vests, with all sorts of supplies. Everyone needs to know what they need to do on the day. So you have to have incredible operational security. And the vaunted Israeli intelligence, the Shin Bet, the Mossad, the military intelligence, knew none of this. And so this is part of the utter, this kind of like insane reaction from Israel, is because it revealed their fundamental weakness. It was, of course, famously the...
Oh man, I'm sorry. This is cool. I like seeing this. Wallace Shawn. Thank you, Wallace, showing up to the White House, demanding President Biden fight for a ceasefire and end the killing of Palestinian and Israeli civilians. The legend, Wallace Shawn. We love to see that.
Secretary General of Hezbollah, Sayyid Hassan Nasrallah, who said Israel is like a spider web. And people always say, oh, that's rhetoric or that's hyperbole.
Will we see the ultimate defeat of Israel in our lifetime and a free Palestine in our lifetime? Conceivable.
But they felt it.
Yeah.
And the settlers, will the settlers even go back to what they call the Gaza envelope, to those settlements? Very difficult to see anyone going back there. So even though Hamas, isn't able to physically hold that territory and would never have intended to hold it long term, in a sense, they've liberated it. They have shrunk Israel by making this uninhabitable. Of course, now wants to try to do that to Gaza.
Right, and I mean that's what's so devastating, of course. And I do want to actually get to some of the details around the rising tensions at the border with Lebanon and what's happening there. But first, I wanted to ask you. I'm sure you saw this article by Seymour Hersh that came out. I think the days are blending together. I don't even know anymore. It might have been yesterday or the day before. But essentially, what Seymour Hersh tells us about from all his sources between U.S. and Israeli security people that he's in touch with is that
this
Israel
isn't live, but it just aired
this is
like an hour ago or something.
Publicly. But Israel is planning to push Palestinians in Gaza into Egypt, into the Sinai, and have them living there in tents that will.
Yeah, Rania's in Lebanon. That's right.
Paid for by the Qataris. And hosted by the Egyptians, which both seem like that. I just can't imagine either of those things happening, but you can tell me what you think, Ali, in a moment. But essentially pushing...
Just checking my feed, and I've been saying all this since 2021 and earlier. Yeah, I mean, well, it helps to immerse yourself in this and talk about this topic a lot, right? Like I interviewed Abby Martin in 2018 for my old podcast. So it's the same thing with the Ukraine, right? It's like if you do the work and trying to understand these situations, then when in these big moments, you're able to have a correct understanding or a correct analysis. When you don't pay attention to anything until the news tells you to pay attention to it, then you're lost. But when you do the work to understand these things, you can have really important principles that are based in that kind of material analysis of it.
Over 1 million Palestinians into the Sinai in Egypt. And then after that, and then what they're already doing, but continue to do, is destroy all the structures in Gaza City. And from the images we're seeing and from what people are saying, it looks like Gaza City is no more in many ways because so much has been bombed. And then they want to shower the Gaza Strip with bunker buster bombs supplied by the United States to destroy Hamas's network of tunnels. And then after that, they plan to invade and basically kill whoever is left alive. I mean, basically a Nakba 2.0 on steroids. I mean, someone made the point that Israel has already caused the displacement of more Palestinians in Gaza than even they did in the initial Nakba. So, I mean, this is an insane plan. I'm not even really sure like what Israel's endgame is, because all we've heard, and this goes to the fact that they don't really have a plan, because all we've heard from the Israelis and their proclamations is that they want to eliminate Hamas. They want to get rid of Hamas. And if we take away how ridiculous that sounds and how horrible that sounds, because it really like what they mean when they say Hamas is everyone in Gaza, as they state they mean, it's not possible. You haven't been able to get rid of Hamas because the thing is, when you occupy and colonize people, they will always resist. They will continue to resist. And, we could even look at the last 15 years and all the various operations Israel's executed against Hamas in Gaza. And Hamas has only gotten stronger, as they demonstrated on October 7th. So it's just like a completely insane plan. I can't, and my opinion on this is, I don't think that the Egyptians would allow it. They, not because they love Palestinians. We know the
for sure, Deca, dude. It's all the same shit. All the lies floating around.
But it's a security threat for them to have 2 million Palestinian refugees, or really any refugees in the Sinai. We know the Egyptian government despises the Muslim Brotherhood, and they see Hamas as an extension of that. And they would fear that would be like a staging ground for the Muslim Brotherhood to then attack the government. I just can't imagine, like, no matter how much money you offer the Egyptians, I can't imagine that they would be okay with that.
Good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Diego, thank you for the gifted sub. Man, Amy Schumer is awful. Old Dutch, how dare you disrespect the true victim in all this. Multi-millionaire celebrity Amy Schumer. She's dealt with so much persecution throughout her career. So you should apologize. Apologize to Amy Schumer. Please. Sarah Silverman has also been posting cringe. I saw. Sarah Silverman is so confused. The IDF only targets military targets, but why are they bombing all these civilians? I wonder. It's just breaking their brains to think about. Zionists have the world's biggest fucking victim complex. Well, like we saw Nick, like we saw the clip of the like Starbucks holding like young Jewish woman on at a college campus going to the pro-Palestinian rally at a time that Israel is bombing Gaza into the ground, and she shows up to the pro-Palestinian rally just being like, I'm the victim, they want to kill me, it's me that's the victim of this, it's offensive to me that you're doing this. Why don't you take my trauma, my generational trauma and my experience into my lived experience into effect? And it's like, you're not the victim. Nothing bad has happened to you. It's not that Jews aren't persecuted in the West or Jews don't deal with these kinds of issues. Those issues are coming from white supremacists and neo-Nazis, not from Palestinians. A Palestinian rally when Gaza is being bombed and hundreds and children are being murdered with our government's full support, we should be having pro-Palestine rallies. You're not the victim in that. That's not targeting you. It has nothing to do with you. As an American Jew, it's wild to see how so many fellow American Jews cheer on a genocide and accuse people of anti-Semitism for questioning the official narrative. I mean, one thing, Cutman, is you really see how successful the campaign to link Israel and Judaism in people's minds has been, including Jewish people. Not exclusively, obviously. We've talked about all the people that are non-Jews that are extreme supporters of Israel, and the fact that there are many, many Jewish people that don't want anything to do with Israel, but it has been very, very successful at making that link. My wife's friend is afraid to leave her house and can't sleep. She fucking lives in Thornhill. You're going to be okay. You are going to be okay. And that's the thing. It gets dicey when you talk about this because you get talking about Jewishness and religion, and people are terrified of being called anti-Semitic or whatever for talking about it. But that's, for me, it's not a question of standing with any, like I stand with, insert the ethnic group. I stand with Jews. I stand with Muslims. I stand with whoever. It's like, I stand with, here's my stance on that. Again, it's the same thing. We can listen to Che Guevara about this. You know who I stand with? Anyone from any culture or any background that trembles with indignation at any injustice around the world. That's who I stand with, no matter what the religion they're from. I butchered the Che quote, but you know what I mean? It's not about... people in a specific religion or ethnic group are not a big monolith. They're groups of people with diverse beliefs about all kinds of things. Yeah. If you tremble at indignation at every turn, you're a comrade of mine. Something like that. Yeah. Yeah, and many Jews do hate Israel. I mean, that's the whole thing. Suggesting that it's somehow linked to talk about Israel or talk about the dangers or threats to Jewish people in Israel, to settlers and soldiers. And to take that, to suggest that has something to do with like religious beliefs, it's just like not true. I'm Jewish, so in a way this has been great to be able to call out Zionism aggressively. Well, I think it's an important thing to talk about as well. It's the way that like it's anti-Semitic to suggest that all Jewish people support Israel, or to suggest that all Jewish people are some monolith that agree with this kind of genocide and ethnic cleansing. It's anti-Semitic when anti-Zionist Jews speak up, and we go, shut the fuck up. We only want to stand with Jews when they say certain things. When they promote this ethno-state that's provided this colonial foothold for the West to destabilize the region and threaten their neighbors, and suggest that somehow every single Jewish person in the world is part of that. And someone said, I stand with our chairman, Enver Hoxha, and that's the main person I stand with as well. An Iranian spokesperson has said the resistance coalition is about to intervene. I'm really interested to see what's going to happen in the next, like today and in the next couple of days. It really feels like this could really go in a lot of different directions.
Ever. And as for the countries paying for tens, and the other thing I was going to say is I think the Egyptians
kicking all the Jews out of Europe at the end of the Holocaust is anti-Semitic.
In the Sinai, they're never leaving.
It's anti-Semitic to think that, all the Jewish people that live in your town or your city or your community should leave and go live in another country that they have nothing to do with. That's anti-Semitism.
When Israel has ethnically cleansed Palestinians to neighboring countries, they're never allowed back in because Israel denies Palestinians the right to return. So anyways, I'm just curious, Ali, what do you think of that plan? And then also to add to that, we see Anthony Blinken running around the Middle East from one country to another and then back again, the Saudis, the Qataris, the Israelis, the Egyptians, trying to negotiate something. It's not entirely clear what, if he's maybe advocating for this plan and trying to get these governments on board or what. But I think that's an interesting aspect to this because he seems to be running around stressed out, not exactly getting what he wants, including from the Saudis. So I know I just said a lot. I'll leave it to you to synthesize all that.
I think one thing I want to say to start off is we shouldn't underestimate the danger of this moment because the Israelis and perhaps the Americans likely see this as an historic opportunity. The rhetoric about comparing Hamas to ISIS or talking about Israel's 9/11. What did the US do after 9/11? They implemented a preconceived plan to try to destroy any countries that resist U.S. hegemony.
Arguably, they let that happen so they could institute this preconceived plan.
Iraq.
I wonder if there's any similarities here.
To do with 9/11. Then the plan was to move on to Syria and Iran and Libya, and they did destroy Libya. They tried to destroy. So much damage and harm was done to Syria, but they didn't succeed in overthrowing the regime. They ended up strengthening Iran regionally. Mm-hmm. But the plan was to use 9/11 as an opportunity for this so-called project for a new American century, basically to double down on U.S. imperial hegemony in the region. It didn't work out. But for the Israelis, I think this is for them one of those historic opportunities, a shock doctrine moment, to quote Naomi Klein's famous notion, to finish the Nakba, to finish 1948. And I think that's
what's Naomi Klein been saying about all this?
It may not necessarily be where the heads of the United States is, but it does seem to be. There are mixed signals. Biden the other day said, or on 60 Minutes said yesterday, that he didn't think Israel should reoccupy Gaza. But apparently that interview, so I'm told, was recorded on Thursday. So who knows how the thinking has changed. As for Blinken, he does seem to have gone around the region trying to shop the idea of ethnically cleansing the Palestinians from Gaza to Sinai. And the Seymour Hersh article, and also an article in the Egyptian liberal publication Meda Masr, have talked about the Americans thinking that basically Egypt can be bribed into this by canceling its debts and other incentives, which I don't. There's no reason to trust the Egyptian leadership. Not, everything has its price, including this. And what Blinken said on Sunday was, he was asked about this. He denied it was the American plan to expel the Palestinians to Gaza. He said it's a non-starter because I talked to all the regional leaders and they were all very much against it. What's interesting to me is what he didn't say. He didn't say ethnic cleansing is a crime against humanity. This would be an outrage against the Palestinian people. This would be a further dispossession of an indigenous people from their homeland. No, he said it's a non-starter because he didn't find enough support for it. So what will the Americans do? They'll go back, they'll rally, they'll come up with more incentives, they'll try again. So the idea is if they If they find enough support, then it's a starter, and they'll push for it. So it's an extremely grave and dangerous movement. And Palestinians are very aware of that. Palestinians in Gaza, under the bombing, under this complete indescribable horror show, are saying we won't leave. But of course, what people do when the lives of their children are at stake is different from what they...
I'm pretty sure shock doctrine still stands. I think shock doctrine is really important and really worthwhile. I do, if I remember correctly, I do think there's some like Stalin bad stuff in there. There's some like scary Stalinist stuff in there. Which we have the correct understanding of on this channel, obviously. Still very important, though. Still someone I respect and admire. But I think sometimes, due to not having the same kind of like dialectical and historical materialist understanding of the world, can sometimes go off into unhelpful directions, shall we say. Is it a Werther's? No, it's these... I get addicted to these sometimes. I get these icebreaker sours. Market Stalinism, that's right. Kind of random, but the one thing with all the 9/11 references, if you go to InfoWars website, which was like the main proprietor of 9/11 conspiracy theories about being an inside job to sell us a war, it's just wall-to-wall Islamophobia and nothing else. Shouldn't be a surprise or anything. It's just somewhat ironic, yeah. Well, because I think that's Alex Jones's whole role, is to make those kinds of ideas completely toxic for most normal people. Who benefits from that? I wonder. Every time I get a package of mints or gum, I just crush it all in a single setting. They're so addictive. Those orange TikToks. Sorry. TikToks. TikTok is the social media website. Those orange TikToks. Those are great. It's the same thing as just eat the whole thing.
They say they will do.
If someone wouldn't mind gifting my friend Nick Sauce a sub as well. Nick Sauce is one of my IRL friends. And could use a sub. Could use the tiny Rob images and other tiny images of this community.
And so we can't underestimate the possibility that this will happen. But we can't take
the orange Tic Tacs go hard AF. It's true.
Submit to it. We cannot allow it to become a reality. And what people in Gaza are saying
Does he know fat pussy?
Raise
Yes.
your voices. Stop the genocide. Stop the ethnic cleansing. Go out and protest. And this is where we see some hope, Rania. We have seen huge protests all over the world, in Chicago, in London.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Moist Owlets, thank you. Thank you for the gifted sub. I really appreciate it. There we go.
Count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
There we go. And Dummy Dorko, thanks for the gifted sub as well. Nick has permanent friendship triangle status. It's like being a permanent member of the UN Security Council. Regardless of the sub badge or what's going on, Nick's a permanent member.
The repressive authoritarian British government trying to ban the Palestinian flag. There were huge protests in France, despite Emmanuel Macron outright outlawing protests in support of Palestinian rights. And then across the Arab world, huge protests. And all over the global south, there is support. Gustavo Petro, the president of Colombia, once the closest ally in Latin America of the United States, Colombia, which was informally known as the Israel of Latin America.
Yeah.
President Gustavo Petro said yesterday that if we have to break off relations with Israel, we will do so. We do not support genocides. As far as I know, he's the first international leader to call this a genocide. So and so that's what we've seen.
Even Lula, I think, has not been as forceful
anywhere at all. Is any large protests in support of Israel?
Right.
None.
No, the new media strategy is backfiring. That's what I was kind of saying up front. Like it's you see the total uniform support for Israel in our institutions, in our media, even our media is hedging a little bit as well. In our political class, you see all the sports teams and all the stuff, protecting Israel and protecting Israel's rights to defend itself and all that stuff. All that support is all like in those institutions. Like the actual people are out supporting Palestine. There's no big widespread pro-Israel rallies defending Israel's right to defend itself. They just don't exist. And like I was saying up front, but Rob, people are too afraid. They're too afraid to go to these protests. They don't want to. Well, maybe they should. Maybe they should feel that way. Maybe that's not so much of a bad thing. Pretty disappointed with China's rhetoric and support on this as well. I think yes and no. I mean, we've talked about China's foreign policy and their emphasis on sovereignty and their unwillingness to like get involved in these kinds of disputes. I think they've taken a more forceful stance on it than most other countries. I was actually looking at a really interesting analysis of what's been going on Chinese media, like not just CGTN, but like actual Chinese media, like in Chinese. And they've really emphasized talking about Israel's war crimes. There's these images of bombed out Gaza behind all the anchors. So yes, it could be better. I think there's a criticism to be made there. Absolutely. I would like China to have a more anti-imperialist, forceful, unapologetic foreign policy stance, but that's just not what they're about. Like we were saying, they're not DPRK. These are not the kind of stances that they take. But you look at what's going on Chinese social media as well. Full support for Palestinians. The Chinese social media users are ready to fucking bomb Tel Aviv. They're raring to go. Ireland was good as well. The lie can't hold up anymore. Ordinary folks just don't care about the lies, and life is getting harsh. So why do we plebs got to stand with this nation we hardly know or care for? Again, when it comes to Ukraine as well, like people that are getting screwed, that are having their material conditions contracting for decades, they see this nonstop support for Ukraine and for Israel, and they're like, what the hell is this? Why can the government just snap its fingers and just invent $4 billion to just send on a whim at any time? People are aware that they're getting screwed in that transaction. Chinese social media users would send the JF-21 multi-role stealth fighter to Palestine. They absolutely would. Absolutely.
It's an elite project. The people all over the world are against it, even in the United States. But the challenge is to translate that people power into action when the reptilians who rule us, are absolute, the psychopaths who rule us, like Joe Biden, like the EU people, like the German leaders who are crying never again, while they're helping Israel exterminate 100 children per day. They are the problem. They are the obstacle. And these are the same people who have generated the same class, the same segment, who have generated...
totally dude, like a Tet offensive type strategy. Like for sure that they knew, for sure in the planning of this operation, which must have been planned very meticulously, they fully knew what the response was going to be. And that was obviously factored into whatever they were planning to do. Yeah, and that's a good point as well, Wraith.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob.
Anytime they see this full unanimous support from our elites over something, it automatically makes people suspicious, and they should be suspicious. Thank you, Anon, for the gifted sub. Yeah, it's completely understandable from China's perspective. At the same time, I'm sure Palestinians could use China's full support rhetorically and materially now and not later. And yeah, I agree with that. I mean, even they're saying like their official stance is to go back to the two-state solution, and for Palestinians to have their own sovereign state in those late 60s borders. But is that even a possibility at this time? I don't really think that it is. I think that's something that there's going to need to be revisited. This whole idea of a two-state solution. I think it's a one-state solution at this point. Maybe at one point a two-state solution would have been viable. It's not anymore.
Country after country who are destroying the world.
Yeah, really quickly, I just want to remind people who are watching, do make sure that you like this episode and also subscribe to Breakthrough News if you're not already. Subscribe to the Electronic Intifada. Make sure to like the episode because it does help in the algorithm because, as you know, the algorithms of these Western social media companies don't exactly prioritize content like this. Ali, I wanted to talk about something in particular that's really been frustrating me, and I think it's been frustrating you as well. We've explained that what's happening in Gaza is a genocide. And one thing that I just can't wrap my head around is how you have comments such as this. And I'll explain what my problem
Putin
is.
hasn't really offered anything concrete, just that this is failing on the U.S. part. Yeah, I mean, he's made a few statements to talk about Israel's crimes as well, but I think Putin is like buddy-buddy with Netanyahu as well. So I don't think we need to be looking to him in this or any other case as being some kind of beacon of moral clarity.
This is a tweet with an attached video that I'm not even going to play because I don't want to hear his voice. But this is a tweet by the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres. He says, even wars have rules. International humanitarian law and human rights law must be respected and upheld. Civilians must be protected and also never used as shields. All hostages in Gaza must be released immediately. Now, Israel is committing a genocide in Gaza. The fact that this tweet talks about Gaza and what people there need to do, as opposed to demanding Israel stop carpet bombing the place, is very irritating. But moreover,
it's more than irritating.
Well, I just want to make one quick point.
Complicity in genocide.
Right, absolutely. But I just want to make one point that's, it's so frustrating to see all of these officials saying respect humanitarian international law, respect their issue with Israel isn't that it's starving Gaza or has been. It's not that it's ethnic cleansing. It's not that it's a settler colonial state. It's not that it's engaged in apartheid. None of that. The issue is Israel is not conducting its genocide within the confines of international humanitarian law, whatever that means. And at this point, honestly, that has become meaningless, at least to me as I watch this play out. I mean, Israel has dropped more bombs on Gaza. In the first 6 days of bombing Gaza, they dropped more bombs than the U.S. did during any month of fighting ISIS.
That is insane.
What the U.S. dropped on Raqqa. And you remember the images out of Raqqa. Israel has dropped more bombs on Gaza than an entire year of U.S. dropping bombs in Afghanistan. And this is a very densely populated, tiny place that they've been bombing for less than 2 weeks. Why are we politely asking them to do genocide more humanely? That is what I hear. And this is, I mean, I'm being too generous to Antonio Guterres here because he wasn't even saying this to the Israelis. He was saying this to people in Gaza. But please go ahead.
I mean, it's just a scandal that the head of the UN, who is supposedly meant to uphold international law and protect the weakest, protect the victims, he won't even call for a ceasefire. Note what's absent there. He doesn't say ceasefire now. War won't solve anything. That's what he says, by the way, in Ukraine. He calls for a ceasefire and says war won't solve anything. Here he says wars have rules. War is fine, but play by the rules. And it's complicit.
International law is basically meaningless if it's not upheld whatsoever. I mean, that's the main thing, Farflight, right? It's like the rules-based order. How can we have international law when we have this rules-based order? The U.S. Anglo-American Empire, the U.S.-led Anglo-American Empire, who are allowed to flagrantly violate this law at any time. And if you're a member of this club, this exclusive club, the rules-based order, which coincidentally is all the predominantly white, formerly colonialist countries. That's just a big coincidence, though. If you're part of this club, international law doesn't apply. It only applies selectively. We decide who is allowed to violate international law and when, and what the consequences are going to be. You can't have international law if that's how you're going to organize it.
And genocide. And he doesn't mention Israel. He doesn't mention anything. He talks about hostages in Gaza. He never mentions the thousands of Palestinian hostages in Israel's prisons, including children, including a record number of people held without even the pretense of charge or trial in Israel's kangaroo military courts. This is complicity. And I have to ask myself why I think about this sociologically. This is a man who is close to the end of his career, who has been the Prime Minister of Portugal, who was a senior official in the EU, and now he's the head of the UN. And he gets a salary of, I think, like $300,000 a year, with a lot of other benefits, housing and expenses and so on. And then he's set for life because he's going to have a huge pension. And then he's going to make a ton of money sitting on corporate boards and giving lectures, like Barack Obama, who's 100 millionaire. Or whatever, or the so he's set
on the way to being a billionaire.
What is it he want? What more does he want that he's prepared to sacrifice 100 children a day in order to have? What psychopathy is this? What is worth it to go along with this complicity instead of to say, I'm going to be a decent human being? For what? I've got nothing to lose by being a decent human being. And he can't even do it. And of course, he's not alone. There are so many people like this who make an utter mockery of everything we were taught to hold up: human rights, international law, democracy, and apple pie. It's all bullshit. It's all utter bullshit. And at the end of the day, the Palestinian people have nothing but themselves and their resistance, and the other resistance groups across the region who
St. Lotus, I don't believe so.
Stand by
No.
them, but who are also in extremely difficult and challenging circumstances.
I don't believe there is anyone that's explicitly calling for a one-state solution.
Back in June, the Secretary General issues a report every year on children in armed conflict, where he publishes the UN's so-called list of shame, which lists countries or armed groups that have a particularly egregious record.
So the focus on China upholding a two-state solution seems a bit odd. No, I don't think it's odd. I think it's just the point is that they are taking this very non-controversial, non-confrontational stance that coincides with basically every other major country. And that's totally understandable. But I think as Marxists or socialists, right, we would like to see the rising superpower that's organized under these kind of Marxist principles take more forceful stances. I understand why they don't. And it's not even a real criticism. We're all China respecters and China enjoyers over here. And I understand why they take these kind of non-confrontational stances, respecting sovereignty and all this stuff. I do get it. But I think it's just something one day, I think maybe when they're at the point when they can take more forceful stances, it would be nice to see them do that. I'm not questioning your China defender credentials. I'm the most heavily credentialed China defender on this entire goddamn website. All right.
Of killing and harming children in context of armed conflict. And
I could be wrong, but from what I understand, even Hamas is like, we'll take the 1967 borders. I mean, that's the whole thing about that argument, though, right? Is that the decades of settlements have made that impossible. I'm sure they would take the 1967 borders. And if anyone could negotiate that deal, I think that would be a pretty serious victory. The question is whether that's at all possible. Not that there's not an appetite for it in Israel, first of all, because they want to take over the entire territory, and they're not shy about that. But the decades of settlements have made it completely impossible. Diplomatically speaking, they were doing their best. Yeah, I agree with that. And Wang Yi, the foreign minister, has been making, I think, pretty solid statements about this. So I remember that Rob Rousseau guy. Wasn't he canceled on October 23rd for insufficiently respecting China? That would really be something. That would be like one of those old Bolsheviks getting purged or something if I was canceled for my lack of China support.
Last few years, and in fact, even
they came full circle.
The staff and his special representative who compile the reports, they do the research, they compile the reports, and then they make the recommendation. The recommendation, the Secretary General never turns down the recommendation. They say, okay, you should put this armed group on the list. The Secretary General normally accepts the recommendation. Even though he acknowledged that Israel was one of the biggest killers of children, its army, in 2021 or 22, whatever the reporting period was, and every year, because Israel is every year, the worst killers of children, he refused to take, he overruled the recommendation and did not put Israel on the list.
In a dock at a tribunal in Red, New York in 2034. Honestly, I would take it, I would be disappointed with that personally, but I would be happy to be in a tribunal. If we had Red New York, if we had some kind of post-revolutionary society that was putting me in a tribunal, I'd be like, you know what, that's pretty cool. It's not ideal for me personally, but I'll take it. I'm just happy that we have the tribunals. That's all, Would I like to not be the focus of this tribunal? Yes, but we got the tribunals. That's good. That's a win. is worth it. That's right. I probably did something to deserve it. That's right. I would simply engage in self-criticism to identify and apologize for and make amends for what I did wrong. Russo gets the guillotine second time as farce. Yeah. Yeah.
List of shame just a few months ago. And at the time, various human rights groups said,
sorry, I keep stopping and starting. At what point does U.S. belligerence with regards to China chip China away from its polite, neutralish arbiter mode, though? I mean, they've been even in the time we've been doing this stream, they've been going in that direction, right? They're getting less and less polite about dealing with the nonstop hypocrisy and accusations. So I think they're being pushed in that way, in that direction already. And if there ever is some kind of spark in Taiwan, and it really does become the next front, then we will see, I think, a big shift at that point. China has more patience than Iran, and Iran has patience. Yeah.
that by doing that, Antonio Guterres is basically incentivizing and encouraging Israel to kill Palestinian children. And here we are, just a few months later, and they are exterminating more than 100 children a day now. It's over 1,000 today, and it hasn't even been 10 days. And they've already exterminated.
Iran tolerated the assassination of a major general. I mean, just the fact, it shows their patience. The fact that assassination didn't turn into a larger regional conflict, or even worse, shows the level of patience that they have.
In Gaza in the last 9 days, and killed, Israel has done this, and killed 15 children in the West Bank. That blood is on the hands of Antonio Guterres. That blood is on the hands of Ursula von der Leyen. That blood is on the hands of Joe Biden. That blood is on the hands of the United States Congress.
Will the U.S. provoke war with proxies on all fronts to keep inflation down, according to Janet Yellen? Yes.
They're all going to be doing International Holocaust Memorial Day and lighting candles and giving us lectures about never again. I mean, these people are truly sociopaths. Sociopaths.
It's the only way to look at it.
Well, that was a great clip from Rania and Ali. I'm going to link that there in the chat. I mean, I had more to look at. I do have to get going soon, though. It's almost 4:30. I got to go pick up my kid from school pretty soon. I guess that's probably going to do it for today. I am 15 subs away from the goal, folks. And, I've been trying to do coverage that people find valuable or that's helpful in some way. I haven't really been taking breaks or anything like that. I haven't been pushing the subs or trying to promote the stream or doing that because I find it kind of crass. But yeah, if you can, I appreciate all the support that I can get from the folks in this community.
To talk you through all this.
Comrade Bushy, thank you for the gifted sub. If you appreciate the work that I do on here, if this commentary or this analysis has been valuable to you over the last week or any time, really over the last 3 years I've been doing this, please, if you can, support the stream. The only way that I'm able to keep doing this show is if I'm able to make the little number go up every single day. It's my blessing and my curse. So if you can, please subscribe to the channel. 14 subs away now from the goal. It would be fantastic to finish the day by getting my tired ass carried across the finish line by chat as usual. Kijiji, thanks for the gifted sub as well. Thank you, Kijiji Genie. Oh, yeah, you said give my kid an extra hug or 3. I really, on Friday, I don't want to talk to him about too much. He's 7 years old, so I don't want to talk to him about too much, of that stuff, but I did make a point to say to him on Friday, how lucky we are. I was giving him hugs, and I'm just talking about how lucky we are that we get to be together and that we don't live in this, we're not being bombed, and there's so many people around the world that are not lucky, that live in different places where they're not subjected to that kind of violence, and they don't get to be with their dads and their kids and stuff, and really trying to make them understand that there's nothing special about us that makes it that we don't have to live lives like that. It was just we're completely just won some kind of lottery before we were even born to not have to live like that. How crazy is it that it was all about Nazis for 2 weeks, then right to Zionists doing genocide? It's pretty on the nose, isn't it? We're all clapping for the Nazi, then we apologize for that, and then we're like, oh, by the way, Israel has an unlimited right to defend itself through brutal violence and mass murder. Almost 2 on the nose. It's really, yeah, seriously. So 13 subs away, folks. We are 13 subs away from the goal. Does anyone else want to support this community? Again, it's $5 per month. It's completely free of charge with an Amazon Prime account, which you can easily convert to a Twitch Prime sub and subscribe completely free of charge. What do you say? What do you say, folks? Does anyone else out there want to support this stream? 13 subs to go. I'm tired.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Pathogen, thank you for the 3 gifted subs. Very, very kind of you, Pathogen. Thank you. I'm not sure I've been doing it, to be honest. I'm glad you are. It's like I said, Sean, it's immersing yourself in this stuff all day and looking at all the nonstop images of horror and fucking dead kids and the most upsetting things you could imagining. I mean, it's like, it's
you can count on
not
me.
nice.
Good old Rob.
At the same time, like I told people, it's like it helps me to talk with it. Like you being here with me helps me to process it. Talking about this with all of you makes me feel less insane than if I was just sitting and just passively absorbing the news every day. I would be going crazy. Being able to come on here and talk about it makes me feel less alone. It makes me feel less insane. It makes me feel less alienated. Barbara, thank you for the gifted sub. I appreciate it. Yeah, it absolutely helps to know there's others who see the same things. I had a whole other point that I wanted to make about Islamophobic violence that we're seeing now in our society in the West. I guess I can just talk about that tomorrow. There's a couple of horrible incidents that I've seen so far of like Islamophobic violence that's been going on and how cowardly it is.
You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Hey
Ali, thank you for 2 months. Tier 1, I appreciate it.
You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
And thank you for the gifted sub, Dr. Maggot. Thank you for that. And how cowardly it is when we have our political class cheerleading this like mass murder, cheerleading the murder of kids, and then when this like Islamophobic violence appears in our own society, they say, "Oh, what a tragedy." Like, that's disgusting. And it's cowardly. You're paying for and justifying and cheerleading mass murder against Palestinian people, and particularly kids. Over 1,000 kids have died in Gaza just in the last week, and we're paying for the bombs to do it. And then when people take this genocidal rhetoric towards Palestinians and Muslims, and they take that violence and they wield it against Muslims or Palestinians here in our society, we say, what in the world? What? How did this happen? You know, that's disgraceful. That's the people that have in the media and politics have blood on their hands.
You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
There's no getting around it. They have blood on their hands now from this. And the whole thing, yeah, hate has no place here. And the whole thing as well, the Jews in our society are terrified right now. They're terrified. If you're Jewish, we know how much you're hurting and how much you're traumatized, and we need to take care, and we need to make sure we're not upsetting anybody, and we need to be gracious. No word for Arabs, I guess. No word for Muslim people. Do they feel also traumatized? Do they feel like they're in danger? No, none of the same kind of support, right? None of the same words of like, oh, we want to make sure that everyone feels comfortable and respected and safe. Zero effort to apply that equally to Arabs and Palestinians. You know, it's really gross. Red Wizard, thank you for the gifted sub. Thank you, Red Wizard. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, Diego. The little boy. Like, we got little kids being killed in Gaza with American bombs, and we have little kids in America being stabbed because people are being radicalized by that exact rhetoric. And the same people that are creating that pretext for that violence are then act like they're shocked or scandalized when the violence gets directed towards people in our community. Was he a Zionist or was he just a Fox News guy? Probably some combination of the two. We're 6 subs away from the goal, folks. 6 measly subs away from the goal. We're also 80% of the way to level 3 of this hype train. This is exactly why I've had a hard time doing this lately, because it feels so fucking gross to talk about like serious stuff and kids being killed, and then to transition to hype. Let's talk about this hype train. Let's talk about my sub goal. It makes me feel really horrible. So fuck. It's why I can't stand this platform sometimes. And now the weather, you know. Have we gone over paradigm shift before? The paradigm shift? Did someone say that was like a Vosh guy?
We simply use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
It's always a good time for a hype train.
Matt, thank you for the 200 friend coin.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
And thank you, Dr. Maggot, for the 2 gifted subs. That's very kind of you. Thank you. I saw some lib on Instagram saying, I'm just glad Biden is president right now and not Trump. Could you imagine how things would be if Trump was still president? And I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? Biden's position on Israel is exactly the same as Trump's. Then he blocked me. The thing is, Biden feels really bad about the genocide, whereas Trump doesn't feel bad about it at all. Biden has that idea of like liberalism. It's just bearing witness to suffering. That's all it is, right? Of course, we're subsidizing the violence and the genocide, but we feel very conflicted about it. Weirdly, Trump has been weirdly critical of Netanyahu at Israel. It's actually kind of really bizarre. It's bizarre and kind of confusing. I mean, this is the main Trump. I was surprised by this. I gotta say, I was surprised by this statement that Trump made. This is the one statement when Trump made this. I was genuinely kind of surprised. I was not expecting this from him.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Hey, Ali, thank you for the gifted sub. Very first gifted sub in the channel. That's very kind of you. Thank you for that. Did anyone see this statement for Trump? I was really surprised to see this from him.
Israel has hypnotized the world. May Allah awaken the people and help them to see the evil doings of Israel and the United States. Israel.
You know, I don't like the guy.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
I don't like the guy. Sometimes you got to hand it to him, though. Sometimes he gets it right.
Please slub so Rob won't be sad anymore.
Dr. Maggot, very kind of you. Thank you for another 2 gifted subs. And $4.20. That's the weed number. Thank you, Dr. Maggot. And thank you, Ben, as well, for the gifted sub. Thank you. Very, very kind of you. I really appreciate the community. You've come through for me yet again. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I really, really appreciate it. Yeah, again, I was surprised. I was surprised as anyone. You know? Like I said, I don't like the guy. Orange man bad and all that. I get it. I agree. But sometimes he gets it right.
Israel has hypnotized the world. May Allah awaken the people and help them to see the evil doings of Israel and the United States.
You know, we have to recognize when people say things that we agree with, even when we don't necessarily like that person. You know, that's called having principles. No, it's honestly weird. I was joking around about Trump not supporting Israel, but he actually has been criticizing. He's been coming out and criticizing Netanyahu and saying, like, Hezbollah, they're very smart. They're very smart. This is another recent Trump banger.
And one of them said to me, Millie, he said, sir, it would be cheaper if we left everything. I said, where does this guy come from? Where does he come from? A brand new airplane cost $128 million, right? I said, you mean you think it's cheaper to leave it than to fill it up with a little fuel and fly it the hell out to, even if you just fly it to Pakistan, then you bring it back home or you fly it back home. Most of them can make that journey, right? Oh, it's better to leave it there. I don't want to tell you what I had to go through with these people. Some of the dumbest people I've ever met in my life. But we have...
And then, of course, you have Aaron Rupar snitching. Trump said the military was bad and dumb. Me. Trump said mean things about the military. Me. Me. That's what that guy reminds me of. Okay. On that note, so no one knows if I was trying to find some different people to rate. So no one knows if this guy's any good. The paradigm shift. I see he's talking about this right now. A lower viewer streamer. I thought it could be good to raid someone with a lower viewers, but I don't know if this guy's good or not. I'm important. I post clips of TV on Twitter. I think this guy might be talking more about sports. Thanks again, folks. And thanks, Dr. Maggot. You really came through helping me out today. I really appreciate it. Thanks, Dr. Maggot, for another gifted sub as well. Thank you, Dr. Maggot. And thank you, everybody. I will be back tomorrow. I'll be back tomorrow. Thank you for watching today and always. And thanks you for supporting me. It means a lot. I couldn't do this without you, chat. I couldn't do it without you. I'll talk to you soon, okay? Okay, I gotta go pick up my kid from school. Thanks again, folks. I'll see you tomorrow. Take care.